I'm Paul Pearson, host of Star Time, and when I'm not cooking up a batch of my famous wood-flavored chicken, I'm listening to Rainier Avenue Radio.world.
Haven't went over a friend's house to eat, and the food just ain't no good.
You probably have questions about COVID vaccines. Here are some answers about how they're being made.
How are COVID vaccines being produced faster?
Usually, vaccine testing and production are separate steps. But because of the pandemic, vaccines are being developed on parallel tracks. So both steps are happening just at the same time.
How are the vaccines being tested?
Right now, several different COVID vaccines are in testing. Each go through multiple clinical trials with up to thousands of volunteers.
How do vaccines get approved?
Not all COVID vaccine versions will make it to the final stages of testing and approval. Produced vaccines that do not pass clinical trials will be destroyed. But for those that do pass, a team of medical experts will examine test results and possible side effects. If the vaccine is effective and safe, it gets approved and gets to you. Go to covidvaccinewa.org to learn more. A message from the state of Washington.
Women Empowerment Talk Radio, your roadmap to business success. Tune in every Sunday at 3 p.m. on Rainier Avenue Radio.world, providing resources and sharing motivational experiences from the everyday entrepreneur. Tune in Women Empowerment Talk Radio every Sunday, 3 p.m. on Rainier Avenue Radio.world.
Generational wealth. Generational wealth. Generational wealth. What is generational wealth? We asked our communities, and this is what they
generational wealth. As of right now, it feels very inequitable given the identities that you have versus if you are a person of color or not. To me, for this generation, I'm going to have to work really, really hard for intergenerational wealth to develop, especially with the economic system that Seattle's in right now, more than ever. Having been a Seattleite as well, I hope that we can talk about it more. And glad that this conversation is starting and to consider thinking about it more as a person of color and coming from an immigrant background as well.
This campaign to create awareness to generational wealth is brought to you by the Department of Neighborhood's Generational Wealth Initiative, the Washington Housing Finance Commission, and Rainier Avenue Radio.org. Create your generational wealth for you and the future of your families.
Rainier Avenue Radio, your community radio station will provide you with more information. Rainier Avenue Radio.
Generational wealth. Generational wealth. Generational wealth. What is generational wealth? We asked our communities, and this is what they had to say.
For me, generational wealth is passed down knowledge from relatives or any family members, or even like any ancestral people that have come before you, that is, used to help you progress in the times that you're living in. So I think it is very updated. It's very current. It is existing in real time. So any type of knowledge or resources from people who are here living now, being able to provide that information and pass it down from generation to generation, how you maintain the wealth. That's what it means to me.
This campaign to create awareness to generational wealth is brought to you by the Department of Neighborhood's Generational Wealth Initiative, the Washington Housing Finance Commission, and Rainier Avenue Radio.world. Create your generational wealth for you and the future of your families. Generational wealth. Generational wealth. Generational wealth. What is generational wealth? We asked our communities, and this is what they had to say.
When I think about generational wealth, I think about history. I think about the history of exploitation, of what led us to today. Some people live a certain social economic way, and the majority does not get to live in that same way. Perhaps they don't want to live that way. I don't know.
Generational wealth has some really strong positives and some really strong negatives. At its best, it's ways that communities can grow, find security for themselves. It's a way to make sure that your children and their children and each generation thereafter has opportunities to find joy and growth and make a difference in the world.
This campaign to create awareness to generational wealth is brought to you by the Department of Neighborhood's Generational Wealth Initiative, the Washington Housing Finance Commission, and Rainier Avenue Radio.world.
Welcome to the Fitness Corner. I'm your host, Mark Bryant, and you're going to get a whole total body workout on my show, starting off with a warm-up, aerobics, strength training, cool down, and stretching every Friday from 11:30 to 12 right here on Rainier Avenue Radio.
Generational wealth. Generational wealth. Generational wealth. What is generational wealth? We asked our communities, and this is what they had to
How
say.
does generational wealth play into my family, my family's history, my children? What am I doing for my children to perhaps build them more wealth? I think it goes both ways, because for many immigrant families who are laboring constantly to live, your children are raised a certain way. Your children adopt certain values, which then will become their life and how they live it. When I see folks that perhaps have copious generational wealth, I see a whole different mindset, different ways of treating people. And I see it in my own children too. I feel like a lot of those values, in a lot of ways, begin to get lost when you don't have to work so hard to
This
live.
campaign to create awareness to generational wealth is brought to you by the Department of Neighborhood's Generational Wealth Initiative, the Washington Housing Finance Commission, and Rainier Avenue Radio.world.
Citizens of America or citizens of the world, let us begin.
Rainier Avenue Radio. Rainier Avenue Radio.
I'm Paul Pearson, host of Star Time. And back in my day, when we wanted to hear the radio, we had to stick a couple of coat hangers on Grandpa's head so his cavity fillings could pick up an AM station. But it's the 21st century now, so whenever I want to hear Rainier Avenue Radio.world, I listen to it on the brand new Rainier Avenue Radio app on my Android or iPhone. Download it for free at the Google Play Store or the iPhone App Store, the Rainier Avenue Radio.world app.
Generational wealth. Generational wealth. Generational wealth. What is generational wealth? We asked our communities, and this is what they had to say.
To me, generational wealth means access to joy. Money doesn't buy happiness, but it can buy a lot of things that make it easier. I find that when your basic needs are met, it's a lot easier to work on other things. Like even for myself as an artist, like I'm not the best creative, I'm not the best artist when my basic needs aren't being met, and not having to worry about that for yourself, but also for the people closest to you, like your loved ones. To me, that's the beauty of generational wealth. To me, generational wealth is community. It's being able to talk to people and figure out what they need and help them. I feel like especially in Seattle.
This campaign to create awareness to generational wealth is brought to you by the Department of Neighborhood's Generational Wealth Initiative, the Washington Housing Finance Commission, and Rainier Avenue Radio.world.
Dealing with COVID-19 is uncharted territory, and everyone has different challenges. People may feel anxious, down, or overwhelmed. For some, these feelings can lead to changes in sleep patterns, an increased use of alcohol or drugs, or withdrawing from the people around them. If you know someone who's having a hard time coping, you can help by reaching out to talk and listen. To learn more about how you can help someone in need, call the Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 800-273-TALK. Brought to you by the state of Washington.
You are listening to Rainier Avenue Radio,
your community radio station.
On Rainier Avenue Radio.world, look for the Change Your Food, Change Your Life show. I'm Dennis Weaver, your good food guide and host, helping you to feel good and look good, and who wouldn't want some of that? All that and more from the Change Your Food, Change Your Life show on Rainier Avenue Radio.world. Stories, songs, and get. Begin living the organic good food life, and the rest of your life just may be the best of your life. What's up, baby? To your help.
What's going on, world? It's your boy OG Mambo.
And your guy D Money. Join us along with Pint Size Patron and ID Yourself
here on Fresh Juice at Rainier Avenue Radio.
Every Wednesday hump day from 9 to 11 Pacific.
Get exclusive interviews from your favorite artists, all the hottest music, and updates on what we got going on in the world.
That's every Wednesday, 9 to 11 p.m. on Seattle's Rainier Avenue Radio.
Rainier Avenue Radio, your community radio station.
This is Cindy Bray, the host of Heartbeat Radio.
This is Paul Pearson, host of Star Time.
This is Paul Schneider today at the 73rd edition.
Hey, y'all. Welcome to Travel Guides.
Your home for information about the impact of the coronavirus.
Amongst many things that difficult about this virus is that
it's been devastating. They're really heartbreaking stories of people who have.
There isn't anyone that isn't shutting our schools down, including all athletic children.
Your firsthand accounts.
Yeah,
A lot of people who know me, I'm still the first person they know.
But it was almost like you were patient zero for South Seattle. Your stories of community coming together.
Partner very heavily with Tacoma Urban League, who is doing some amazing work in response.
We're doing things for small businesses. We're giving out loans for small businesses.
And so I think it's very important that we have leaders who feel the pressure.
I tell you, we're calling 20, 30, 40 minutes.
This crisis in our community, we've been working to address it.
Rainier Avenue Radio, broadcasting 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
DJ Dirty Joe.
Transparency with Rainier Avenue Radio.
Cool. Rainier Avenue Radio.world. Rainier Avenue Radio.org. We got you covered. Local impact, global press.
We broadcast. Welcome to Rainier Avenue Radio.world and our weekly coverage of the impact on communities. Continuation of our series. I'd like to thank everyone for joining us again here. And then again, now we are back. We are.
Do you want to reach out to the Vietnamese community in Seattle? Just advertise in Le Viet Tây Bắc, that is Northwest Vietnamese News, the longest running Vietnamese language newspaper in our region. Go to nvnorthwest.com.
Turn up your radio wherever you at. We about to bring it. Street Beat. With Tony B.
Tony B will give you a chance to tackle local, national, and international issues that affect your community.
Street Beat. Street Beat. Tony.
Welcome to the coronavirus pandemic. I'll take coronavirus for 100. Fever, chills, shortness of breath, loss of taste or smell. Where to stay at home and isolate. Correct. Coronavirus for 200. Inability to stay awake, persistent pain or pressure in chest, double breathing. Where to seek immediate help.
Coronavirus for 500.
Crippling and potentially dead infectious disease eliminated the United States with vaccination.
Polio vaccine? I'll take coronavirus for 700.
Hey, Paul.
Hey, John.
Welcome.
How's it going?
Hey, this is the 2023 Family Barbecue.
Yes, we are at Renton Memorial Stadium for the 2023. Is this the second United Way Barbecue hosted by Doug Baldwin Jr. And we, Rainier Avenue Radio, are on the scene right now. Everything's just getting kind of unpacked. People are starting to trickle in. We've got, I'm looking at Doug. He's right in front of me. But it's a beautiful day. If you are in the general area of the Renton Memorial Stadium, you should come by. We'll be here until 3 o'clock.
Come on down. Come on down. There's games.
There's games.
There's events going to be going on. There's booths. There's information. We see UW here, health companies here. Just
a lot of
plethora.
What's that?
A plethora.
A plethora. Oh my gosh!
I didn't mean to spit on you.
You said plethora, man.
Yes, I know, plethora of things going on right here at Renton Memorial Stadium, ladies and gentlemen, right here.
We've got a lot of if you've got kids, this is a perfect. If you're looking for something to do with your kids today, this is a perfect perfect occasion for the kids. We've got a lot of inflatable things here that they can do things with. They can bounce on them. They can. Looks like you can ride them.
They can bounce on the AstroTurf.
What's that?
They can bounce on the AstroTurf too.
You do. Yeah, that's right. That's very nice. Is that AstroTurf or is it what are
that's
they?
A composite turf.
It's a composite. Yeah.
At least I know I don't have to mow it.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Low maintenance. That's what we're all about here.
Hey, it's a beautiful day, ladies and gentlemen. Come on down, as they say. Come on down. This is a community event. The whole emphasis is for the community. Doug Baldwin has done a yeoman's, and excuse the sexist term, but yeoman's effort to bring the community out with King in partnership with King County United Way of King County and the basically city of Renton and the Renton School District because they're represented here too. So come on down. This is a great event, and there's going to be food. So you want
there is going to be food, absolutely, and that is heartening to hear.
Yeah, United Way of King County and Doug Baldwin. If you get a chance, look it up. The Family First Community Center that was recently built that he started. When I had a chance to interview him, they were just starting to, they had broken ground and they were building it, and it's there now. And their prospect is possibly you and I and Tony will be doing a live show up there at his community center. Yeah.
Now where is I am from out of town, officially.
It's a little farther out in Renton here.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Literally within shouting distance. Well, I'm losing my, I don't want to lose my voice, but anyway. So we're looking at the place starting to fill. People are coming, kids.
We have a mascot. We have we are our first mascot, the Seattle Kraken mascot boy.
Yeah,
your boy is here.
I
know I saw a stormtrooper here earlier.
Yes,
I'm not sure where he's been dispatched.
Yeah, stormtrooper with Leia. I think
Leia was here. Yeah.
Luke wasn't here, but that's okay. We don't need him.
But we're having a fantastic time here. What's it?
The Kraken mascot. I think if I met him in the alley one day, I'd be scared to death.
I think he's a relative.
Look at
I know that guy. He showed up at our reunion. Okay.
Yeah. Did he need to
decide if you want? We also should mention, and this is the thing that is intrigued me the most about this event, aside from the very, very good causes that it benefits. And I want to make sure that I'm correct about this. They're putting a skating rink in the stadium,
right in front of our eyes.
Yeah. Well, I see the
Kraken logo on it.
The Kraken logo on it. The Seattle Kraken are supposedly.
Maybe we can get Tony out there on skates.
We could get we
Tony
should
B
that.
on skates for the Kraken. Yes, that would be great.
Exactly.
He may be cracking more than just that, maybe a few bones, but that's another story.
Get us that hat trick, Tony. So yeah, they are. They're milling about there. I don't actually see a skating rink, but
that's what it.
I believe it's going to be the. Okay.
Someone mentioned the Kraken kind of look like an out of this world creature, but that's another
right.
story. Anyways, hey, ladies and gentlemen, we are here. This is
the
biggest event going on in this area today. Forget about the Mariners game. Forget about Felix. Hey, come
about
down.
the 8-game winning streak.
Yeah, the 8-game winning streak and the Mariner Hall of Fame. We are celebrating here the second annual family barbecue. Doug Baldwin and United Way of King County right here at Renton Memorial Stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, come on down. Bring the kids. This
Absolutely.
Is for kids.
We've got inflatable objects that the kids can prance around.
Yeah, and Paul,
and food that they can eat.
Yes.
Hopefully after they prance around.
Or not before, because we don't want to do a major cleanup. But
that's right.
But you're a kid at heart, Paul.
That's good to hear.
Yeah. Even though you need to shave, but that's another story.
I shave once a month like everybody else.
Well, you made it all the way up here, all the way from Thurston County. So
all the way from Tumwater. That's right. The South Puget Sound branch office.
Yeah, South
of Rainier Avenue Radio in Tumwater. I should mention, and I'm sure Tony is going to make sure that I mention this. I am the host of Star Time every Wednesday at 2 p.m. on Rainier Avenue Radio. We play retro R&B.
Oh yeah, good
Next
stuff.
week's show is going to be weird, John.
Really?
This is a little strange.
Next week, huh?
Next week. Oh, yeah, the show that's coming up on Wednesday. It's going to be. I just kind of had
an inspiration.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
You can call it inspiration. You can also call it desperation.
Oh boy.
But it's going to be an interesting show. Now you still host Seattle Here and Now.
Seattle
Or
Here
still
Now,
produce.
Thursday 6 to 7 live on Rainier Avenue Radio.world, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, broadcasting all through this region. I looked at the list of places we hit. 10 states, at least 10. And 10 countries that pick us up. We had that guy call in from Indonesia. Remember when we doing Traffic Jam?
That's right.
Unbelievable. He contacts us from Indonesia. So great.
Right.
We are at the 2023 Family Barbecue. Doug Baldwin and United Way King County Family Barbecue right here at Renton Memorial Stadium. Come on down. We'll be here until 3 o'clock.
All right, welcome everyone to the 2023 annual
Barbecue.
I'm going to ask for your attention over here to the South Grandstand, where you'll see the Rainier Avenue Radio banner. My name is Tony B. That's how about a round of applause for me. I'm excited to be back here again. Rainier Avenue Radio is your community radio station broadcasting 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Over 80 members of our community produce and host programs on Rainier Avenue Radio. We don't charge a thing for you hosting your program on Rainier Avenue Radio. We'll actually provide you with a producer. We'll provide you with an engineer. We are simply trying to amplify the diverse voices of our South King County community. So if you want your own radio show and you want to be heard, all you got to do is fill out an application and we'll get you on the air. It may not sound like it's that simple, but believe me, it really is that simple. And we are so excited to be here again today for the tour for the oh my gosh. Let me slow down. let me slow down. The annual barbecue! We've got a lot of very special guests coming up for you, some incredible performances as well. And some very special folks that I'm going to have on the mic for you. So once again, I'm going to ask for your attention here to the South Grandstand. The South Grandstand as we get started. How about a big shout out for United Way?
Yeah.
As well. Big shout out for United Way.
being a big part of putting this together. So I know you don't want to hear from me all day, but you're going to periodically. I am going to take this opportunity to announce another individual who is a huge part of what we're happening today. And this is just so incredible that someone would take the time. We often hear about folks who, what are you doing in the community? What do you do for the community? Well, this particular individual has made his mission come to fruition. The Family First Center is now open.
Yeah, yeah.
And so, you know, I would be remiss if I did not say that he also has a Super Bowl ring.
Yeah.
One of the greatest receivers
Yeah.
in the history of Seahawks football.
Yes.
And also a very proud member of our community. Everyone, please make some noise and put your hands together for our very own Mr.
Yeah!
Wait. We can do better than that, okay? We're gonna do better than that. We're gonna embarrass him if we have to. Make some noise for our very own Mr.
Yeah! Yeah!
Hey, first and foremost, thank you for being here.
Yeah.
This is amazing to see you all again for the second year in a row. The family barbecue, community barbecue. I don't even know what to say. I'm just very grateful. I think.
Yeah!
And I'm gonna share a story with y'all real quick. I was in therapy, marriage counseling. And yeah, I know, I'm going there. Our counselor she said, humans are created for connection. Humans are created for connection. What better way to get connected with community than over some delicious food, some activities, good time, good food, good vibes. That's what this is about. About us getting out in the community and seeing each other as community once again. Thank you for being here. Please enjoy your time, enjoy the food. Say thank you to all the volunteers who get a chance, please. They work really hard on this event, and enjoy yourselves. This is for you. This is for the community. Thank you for being here. I love you. Appreciate you. Now, introduce you to my partner in community. United Way CEO, Gordon McHenry Jr.
All right.
He just told me not to go there, so I won't. But I appreciate this man. He's taking over United Way. He's got a mission to get United Way back in the community in the ways that we as a community want to see United Way involved, and he's doing that. He's bringing that mission to community. And so I'm honored to partner with United Way, with this entire staff, this team, and with Gordon. And so with that, I hand it over to my man, Gordon.
All right.
Good morning. How's everybody? All right. People say to me, what's it like when you follow Doug Baldwin? You know, best wide receiver, man of the community, father. And I tell people it's all good because Doug always speaks from the heart. Doug speaks about love. I love him as a brother, as a member of our United Way board, as a person who's serious about building community. And so let's give it up for Doug Baldwin. This was his idea and his idea. So at United Way, we're all about wanting to be a part of all of you. We want to work toward a community that's equitable. We want to work toward a community where everyone feels like they are seen, they are heard, and they are loved for who they truly are. So I look out today, and it's a beautiful day because of all of you. We're going to have good fun, good food. We've got elected officials coming, so when you see them, talk about what's on your mind. Talk about what you need, what your family needs. We've got the court here talking about living wage jobs. They're right out front. We ask them to come here because we know you can't be a good community if you can't afford to live in this community. So we're all about economic well-being. We got some folks here going to be talking about the Black Homeowners Initiative. We want more Black folks to own homes where they want to own homes in King County, not just where they can afford to live. So we got some great good folks here. I really appreciate all of you, all the vendors, all of the community members that are here. But I want us all to take a moment. It's a really beautiful day here in Renton, Washington. But for our brothers and sisters in Maui, it's a hard time. So we're asking all of you to hold our brothers and sisters in Maui in your hearts. Today you're doing barbecue, but tomorrow, if you're a little hungry, go by Marination Station, one of their 3 restaurants, by Susani, and all that money will go to Maui, help the folks in Maui. Kamala Saxton is a great sister who wants to support her in that community as well. Locally, we always want to give praise and recognize our Indigenous brothers and sisters, and I'm up here with a great man. I'm going to introduce you to him in a moment. He leads a group called Red Eagle Story. Just got a few words. I want to make sure I get it right. Red Eagle Story Native Youth Theater exists to empower American Indian and Alaska Native youth to express themselves and with clarity through traditional and contemporary performing arts. They've been around since 1991 and have mentored hundreds of Native youth, staged over 180 productions. They're one of our strong partners. We hope we're friends of Red Eagle Story. I know that I've got a great leader and a brother in Russell Brooks, who is the executive director, and I'm going to ask you to take a little bit of time to listen to Russell as he talks about Red Eagle Story, and most importantly, does a land acknowledgement in honor of the land and the people who first stewarded this beautiful place. Russell, over to you.
Within this it's a good day. My name is Russell Brooks. I'm Southern Cheyenne from my mother, and English and Scottish descent from my father. I'm the executive director of Red Eagle Soaring here in Seattle. And I am going to give the mic over to our youth to introduce themselves that are here, and also our artistic director.
Hello, everybody. My name is Nicole Suyama. I'm a Nupiaq, and I'm the current artistic director of Red Eagle Soaring. Actually, thank you, Bowie. I actually grew up in the program myself. I joined when I was 11 years old, and now I'm 31. So I've been around for 20 years, started as a student, and I run it. And a lot of what we do is all thanks to United Way of King County. So got to give a shout out. Thank you, United Way. You're part of the reason we're able to continue to do this work and bring up the next generation, who I will have a couple of them introduce themselves now.
Hi, my name is Elena. I'm a part of the Cowichan tribe and I'm 12 years old. Hi, I'm Rolo. I'm 10 years old and I'm part of the Cowichan tribe.
Now we'd like to sing a welcome song for you all. This song was taught to us way back when I started by Roger Fernandez. He's Lower Ellis Solomon, a local storyteller you may have seen him around. This song is in the shoot scene, and we literally means welcome. So we're welcoming you here, and also thank you for having us.
Oh, is it?
The original language of this land, the people of Muckleshoot, Amish, the Quamish, also the Snoqualmie, and also the people of the Tulalip Reservation. The Coast Salish nations that have been here since time immemorial, that are still here and are still thriving. Just completed the paddle to Muckleshoot last week, where hundreds of canoes and canoe families from around our region converged and gathered to celebrate coastal lifeways that continue and the kinship that exists. And all people from all walks were able to be there and enjoy the festivities to be able to celebrate them. As we acknowledge the original people of this land and the communities that are still here today, I want to remind everybody that's here today that each one of you, no matter where you come from the original tribes of this earth. And everybody is indigenous to this planet. And think about that. Think about the ways that we need to reconnect with the earth and we need to reconnect with each other. And in doing so, in embracing those indigenous-based values that we all come from, we're going to come back together and take humanity forward in a good way with each other. And in love and neighborly ways of being a good relative to each other, because we're all related. With that, I want to say thank you to Doug, thank you to Gordon. I want to say a big thank you to United Way of King County, who has been Red Eagle Soaring's biggest funder. Red Eagle Soaring continues to serve our Native, First Nation, Indigenous youth here, to be able to give them positive peer-to-peer relationships that last throughout their lifetime, for them to be able to keep their cultural identity strong in an urban setting in vastly and quickly changing modern times, and also to be able to empower our youth to be able to express themselves through confidence and clarity through performing arts. So with that, I want to say thank you, and I want to raise my hands to that way.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go. Let's go. First of all, don't forget to check your barbecue backpack. If you're one of the lucky ones who received the gold ticket, make your way to the information booth to claim your prize. Hey, if you get thirsty, grab a water bottle provided in your barbecue backpack. Fill it up with water at the water stations near the restrooms on both sides of the stadium. Just a reminder, please don't bring food and beverages other than water onto the field. With you, we'll be back with more performances. The Washington Diamonds Drill Team, the Red Eagle Soaring Native Youth Theater, South LaPoli School Dancers, a whole lot more. Right now, I'm going to go to the DJ. All right.
Hey!
They want to do it the united way, not the divided way. United, y'all. We're excited.
Well, we've really done it now.
We're going to make it grand, y'all.
All right.
Come on. Rainier Avenue Radio, y'all. Make sure you tune in.
In my day, I used to be able to do the funky. In my day, I used to be able to do the funky banana, but now it's just a banana split.
All right, let's connect.
Hey, we are here at Renton Memorial Stadium all day until 3 p.m. at the second annual Family Barbecue. Doug Baldwin and United Way of King County. Come on down. Bring your kids. Bring your dog. Well, don't bring your dog, but bring your kids. Well, maybe you want to bring your dog to not together. But
We just,
anyway.
I am Paul Pearson here with John Yasutaki and Tony B, and Daniel Bellis and Brother Ty. We are all here at Renton Memorial Stadium for the second United Way barbecue, hosted by Doug Baldwin Jr. We have just heard a very stirring presentation from Doug and some of his associates. And we are, it's starting to fill up here. More people are trickling in. And it's going to be a wonderful afternoon. You should come on by.
But that's all right.
We have got music. We've got food.
We
got games. We got.
Oh, can you back it up?
We got a street race. We got a carousel kind of thing. We got a fun house. We got the University of Washington here. We got United Way here. We got Sound Transit.
We got Costco here, John.
Yeah, we got Costco here.
Costco's here.
Yeah.
Costco is not sleeping on the United Way barbecue here at Renton Memorial Stadium.
The Kraken mascot is here. Although
that boy,
boy,
Kraken mascot.
I don't know if I want to interview him or not, or him or her or whatever. Oh, we got a queen. One of the princesses coming.
Oh my gosh! There we go. Okay.
Well, Princess Leia was here.
Princess Leia was here along with the stormtrooper, and I think there was a Imperial Guard.
Hey, we got out of towners here. We got somebody here from Peru.
We've got balloons, guys. We have balloons. We have a really interesting balloon sculpture I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
With a little fringe on the top, huh?
Yeah, a little fringe on there, a little animal balloon fringe, along with some regular round balloons. Very good use, aesthetically. Very good mixed use of the balloons there.
Kind of reminds me of a young lady I used to date, but that's another story.
You really, you have to see it. So come on down and see it. It's at Renton Memorial Stadium.
We'll be here till 3 p.m. This is the second annual Doug Baldwin United Way of King County family barbecue. That means family. Bring the kids.
So I expect we will be talking to some people pretty soon. Hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to Doug. I'd like to know a lot more about the Family First Foundation he just opened up.
Right.
Do you know anything about that you're able to talk about?
Well, he got, he was really active in getting, the foundation started. The foundation is the center of financing that project. And he got the city of Renton and some of the major corporations around it. And the idea was to serve a community that was basically underserved. The Benson Hill area, etc. With the poverty level, the unemployment level, all of those negative factors. These are good people, but they're just a circumstance of life. And he wanted to do something for the community. Now, he's transplanted all the way from Florida. That's his home state. But he just said, hey, he wants to make a commitment to here, and this is where he lives. And so he started it, and I had a chance to interview him when they broke ground. And now, about a year later, a little bit more than a year later, it's here, and they're operating. And we're going to be probably doing a live show. Hopefully, you and I and Tony and other on-air personalities. It's a great facility. It's, like I said, in the community. Couldn't ask for a better place.
And it's really, really heartening to see, a lot of people coming together today for a community event.
Yeah, and it is something. He's a professional athlete. He can go anywhere to live. He can, his background, his resources, his connections, but he decided that he was going to do this for the community, which is, I really admire that,
We are Rainier Avenue Radio World. We are coming to you from Renton Memorial Stadium. Oh my gosh, John! I just noticed there's a cornhole. There's a cornhole game.
Yep. Uh-oh. Oh, pretty good. The UW. That's the UW.
That's the UW. Yeah, that's right. The University of Washington Athletics, sparing no expense.
Yes.
At today's
well, they're the Big
barbecue
10.
here.
They're in the Big Ten now.
That's right. They are the Big Ten.
Yep. Them in Oregon.
Wow. The Pac-12 just
it's now back. It's
disappeared.
down to the little 4.
It's Pac-4 now.
Yeah, the little Pac-4. But anyways, hey, it's starting to fill up, folks. Come on down. We are here at Renton Memorial Stadium, right in the heart of Renton, right near the Renton Airport. Come on down. Bring the family. This is a family event.
Wear your Seahawks gear. I see a lot of people here.
Yes.
In Seahawks paraphernalia.
You may even get recognized wearing the Doug Baldwin number 89 jersey.
That's right. That's right. There he is.
So that used to be my playing weight at one time, 89. Actually, that's what. I'm just kidding.
And I'm really looking forward to seeing all the diverse communities around South Seattle and Renton. Come here, Roy. Oh yes, yes, yeah.
Beautiful cars. Individuals are wearing their different cultural clothing out here. We had a dedication from the First Nations people, the indigenous First Nations people, which is beautiful because this is their land. This is actually the land of the Muckleshoot, Skycomb, Snow in this area right here. So it's really interesting. So, hey, we got music going. We got Ty.
We got Brother Ty over there.
And we got Donnell doing his thing. We got Daniel doing his thing. And, of course, we wouldn't be able to do anything if it wasn't for Daniel doing his thing. And
we lucked out on the weather. I mean, I know it's been pretty seasonable lately, but it's a very, very nice day.
All right.
We are getting. Are we getting hand signals?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's so he's not directing us. He's just dancing. Okay, all right. I thought I'm looking for hand signals as a cue to what I should do here today.
And we'll be doing shortly. We'll be doing interviews as part of the show. And again, we are here listening to my illustrious co-host, Paul. Hey, Paul, play me R&B Pearson, and I'm John. Seattle Here and Now, Yasataki. Star Time is a great show.
Thank you very much.
Great show. You reach down and get stuff that hasn't been played for.
What's up?
You reach down and get stuff that hasn't been played for a while, which I love.
That's what we're all about.
Yeah. Reminds me of my childhood.
We've been doing R&B, retro R&B on Start Time for 7 years, but the last 6.5 for Rainier Avenue Radio.
Hey, we have basically programming 24/7, ladies and gentlemen. 24/7 means 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have it all. You got to tune in. Rainier Avenue Radio World. We'll be doing special events like this. We'll be doing a special event with the 60th anniversary of the March on Washington. We'll be doing Othello International Festival tomorrow at Othello Park. So come on down.
I wish I could be there, but I'm blowing my wad on today. Yep, it's fine.
But you're here. We are at the second annual family barbecue by Doug Baldwin and United Way of King County right here at Renton Memorial Stadium. We'll be here till 3 o'clock. We'll be broadcasting live over the airwaves on the internet, Rainier Avenue Radio.world. So if you're around the neighborhood, come on down.
We should also mention that we are broadcasting this on Facebook as well. And are we on that Elon Musk thing? What's that place called now? Elon,
yeah, tell me something.
Elon Emporium or something like that.
Yeah, something that I don't.
Live bait. I don't remember what that's called, man.
Emporium reminds me of a department store. You know, they used to get a department store check out the Emporium.
But we are broadcasting on all of our screens. One of the biggest events of the year for us. We've been broadcasting at a lot of these places and these events for the last 7 years, and I think that's what makes us very, very different.
And it's like I said, it's live because we have remote. We got the remote set up, and we're working on it.
We ain't gonna do it the divided way. We're gonna do it the united way, y'all. Baldwin in the community, y'all. Woo. He's dug in. Hey, like I said, if I forgot you, man, come on now. Hey, I won't get y'all on the next. But make sure y'all get at me now. Big Mooch, Homer's MC Entertainment, baby.
I'm looking for that food. Oh, there it is. The big sign that says food over there. That would be the food, I would imagine.
Yes.
Okay.
I understand. They expanded the menu from last year. There's going to be some different food items. I understand.
Oh, do you know what they have?
I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't get any chance. I didn't get a chance to get anything last year because we were so busy.
We should send one of our Cub reporters out there to find out what kind of foods they have.
Yes, and hopefully they'll come back.
Yeah, that would be the best result.
Well, no, we're in trouble when they come back with barbecue stains on there.
Yeah, that's that's what I was leading up to. Is that I kind of need like some delivery here.
Yeah.
You know, it would be nice. I just. I have medications I have to take on a full stomach, so I'd like if somebody could, bring me some food. That would be great. But that's not essential.
Well, I got to share with you a personal disclosure. I'm on a seafood diet. If I seafood, I eat it.
Yeah,
you know that old joke.
Believe it or not, I've heard that one before.
Yeah, well, thank you. So, anyways, we are here live at Renton Memorial Stadium. This is the high school memorial stadium for the Renton School District. And we are here until 3 o'clock with the second annual Doug Baldwin United Way of King County Family Barbecue. Family Barbecue.
That's right. We are seeing a lot of families here already.
Yes, a lot of kids.
Doug's hanging out. I see he's walking right in front of us right now.
Yep.
Heading to
maybe
socialize, possibly. I don't know what he's doing here.
Maybe.
Well, I mean, he's hosting the show. I don't know what he's doing there.
Hey, Doug, do you deliver? Can you get us?
Yeah, Doug.
Doug, we did.
He's an athlete. He can bring us back food.
Sure enough.
I'm sure he still got it.
Oh, yeah.
He's a fantastic route runner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he played basketball, football, and track, and I think he also played baseball. And he's growing up in Florida. He was a multi-sport athlete.
He was from. Grew up in Florida. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I had, like I said, I had the chance to have him on my show and talk about his background. He's part Filipino, as a matter of fact. His grandmother is Filipino.
Wow.
So he understood the whole issue about being biracial, bicultural.
Right.
And being in Florida, it's kind of interesting.
Yeah. It's an interesting place today.
Yes, it is. Yeah, for sure. And it's off my list. On my bucket list. It's not on my bucket list.
I was in the port of Miami for about an hour when I was a kid. That's about it.
Okay.
So, and hopefully we'll get Doug to come and talk to us a little bit about what he's doing here.
We're going to, like I said, part of our format today, we'll be doing interviews. That is DJ Ty cranking it out. Literally cranking it out.
So fantastic music being played today at the United Way Barbecue, the second annual United Way Barbecue being hosted by Doug Baldwin Jr., former wide receiver for the Seattle Seahawks.
One of the very best, not only for the Seahawks, but in the NFL.
Absolutely.
Very.
I figured out the other day, I've been a season ticket holder since 2005.
All right.
And looking forward to going to the opening game on September 10th. But I just realized I saw every single home game that Doug Baldwin played in person.
All right.
And, like a lot of Seahawks fans. But I realized that I saw him play every single home game that he played. I was there.
Well, I can tell you one thing. They highlighted his catch against the Minnesota Vikings, which nobody thought anybody was going to be able to catch. And he got skyward, grabbed that ball out of the air, and everyone said, how in the heck did he do that?
Yeah.
He's not very tall. but he amazing catch.
You know, and they're saying the same things about Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yeah, right.
That they said about Doug, that he can create catches.
Yep, where nothing can be, you would never
Exactly.
think it would be available. Yeah, he's an Ohio State all-star.
Maybe we should ask him about that. What he sees in JSN.
Yeah.
See if he sees any similarities.
Well, you know, that is a very
Although,
good,
did Doug play in the slot? Did he play in the slot?
Yeah, I think he's played slot. But while they had so many good receivers at Ohio State, but Doug also played slot. No, he played flanker.
Yeah, he played flanker. I was just wondering if you ever spent any time in the slot position.
Yeah, I could have sworn I saw him run the ball a couple times.
Yeah.
From that slot. Maybe I have to ask him. You know, I used to coach football, but you know,
right.
That was a long time ago when they had leather helmets. Not only was the football leather, so was the helmet. No.
Right.
So, anyways, I'm here with my cohort, my colleague, my buddy Paul Pearson, live here on Rainier Avenue Radio.world. We are at the second annual family barbecue hosted by Doug Baldwin and United Way of King County. Come on down. We'll be here till 3 o'clock. It is a great event. It's a wonderful event. And people come. Oh, we see Princess Leia again. Say, if you come down, you can see Princess Leia and a stormtrooper.
A stormtrooper and an Imperial Guardsman, I believe. Yes, we're on the air, but it's okay. We're casual about that. There we go. The music has stopped. I assume we are getting. Okay, it's back up again. That's fine.
Was that cool?
We got Nelly going on in the background here. We have a stormtrooper and Princess Leia. I guess they have reconciled somehow.
Is that one of the Empire's bodyguards?
Right. Wow. I wonder what it's like for people that have to dress up as stormtroopers for public appearances in the summer. That must be
hot.
Yeah, extremely.
In a word, hot.
Right. Perspiratory.
In other words, they're sweating.
Yes. But other than that, it's a very nice day here. And actually, it's pretty calm right now, very mild. If you want to come on down to the Renton Memorial Stadium where we are for the United Way barbecue, the second one. Oh my gosh, John, that's a giant toothbrush.
Yes.
There's a giant toothbrush being carried by a
ferry
with wings.
Yes.
A giant toothbrush. I have never seen a toothbrush that big, ladies and gentlemen. So
I've never seen a ferry that big. Aren't ferries smaller than that?
Yeah, that's true. Oh well. Oh wow. All right.
Diversity.
So I'm hoping. Who do you think we will be talking to later today?
Well, we've got a whole bunch of organizations.
We have a lot of community leaders here that I'm really interested to learn more about.
Sound Transit. We've got Sound Transit's expanding. We've got the University of Washington. We got Costco here. We got the Kraken. We've got insurance companies. We got Lindbergh High School. We've got, like I said, we've got a whole plethora of businesses here and organizations.
I think we've got some mobile banking apps.
Yeah, mobile banking.
Making their presence felt. And it's like GeekWire? Yeah, that's right. Oh, we got all the cool kids.
Yeah. And like
including myself and John Yasutaki.
Yes. Thank you, Paul. Hey, come on down. Bring the kids. There's a bunch of games and events for the kids. I can see a fun house. I don't know if I want to go into that. You know, the little scary houses where they have things to grab you and stuff.
Right.
But there's one they call the street race where you slide down the big slide.
Oh yeah,
that looks like fun, Paul.
That's something I would in my younger days I would run to.
Yeah. Well, oh man, a whole bunch of kids running in there, and it's a big slide. It looks really good. Looks like a lot of fun.
Very tempted. I'm tempted to just throw my headset off and just run over there right now. And
you think you have an age or weight restriction?
I still got it, man.
That's good. Hey, we are here live at Renton Memorial Stadium, right in the heart of Renton, for the second annual family barbecue, sponsored by United Way King County and hosted by Doug Baldwin Jr., the former Seahawk great. So come on down. We'll
And you've talked to Doug before. I just met him for the first time a few minutes ago. Very
really
nice
down
guy.
to earth.
Very much so.
Seriously down to earth. Very humble. Very humble.
And it really means a lot to me that, after he retired from the Seahawks, he stayed in this area.
Yeah.
He could and really seemed as passionate, if not more passionate, about serving the community.
Yep. And
as he was for playing for the Seahawks.
Well, but you're right. He could have gone back to Florida, or he could have gone any place in this country.
That's right.
But he decided to stay here. His roots, he transplanted them here. Of course, his home is still, Florida, but his family. But that's the kind of commitment that How can you evaluate that? That's just a wonderful thing for him to do for our community. It's beautiful. He's just like I said, a very humble young man. Very.
Well, I think that speaks to the kind of community South Seattle is, and the general Seattle area. It's a place that, it's in a very unusual melting pot.
Yeah.
And, it's my favorite. Cumberland City is my favorite neighborhood in the world. I miss it very, very much. But it attracts and develops events like this.
Yeah.
Where you can see everybody getting along, having fun, no pretensions.
We don't care what your politics are. We don't care about your religion. We don't care about that. Just come on down, have a great time, enjoy yourself, bring the kids. I keep saying, I want to keep saying bring the dog, but nah, leave the dog at home, but bring the kids.
Stop by and say hello to us. We're in the South bleachers.
Yep. Rainier Avenue Radio.
Rainier Avenue Radio.world. Coming to your ears since March 31st, 2017, I think, right?
Yeah,
that's right.
At least.
I remember we did not want to launch on April 1st, so we launched on March 31st.
Right, exactly.
Everybody would have thought it was a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the kind of savvy decision making we make here,
I know. So we are here until 3:00. You get to meet Doug. You'll hear him talk. Hopefully later on, but they'll be visiting dignitaries. But you gotta come on down, folks. This is a great event. Come on down, say hi to us. We're in the South Bleacher.
Your brother Ty is going onto the field. I thought he was heading to one of those inflatable
yeah,
but I think he's kind of.
No, I think he wants to hear. I think he's doing a sound check, maybe.
All right.
But anyway, I can tell you one thing: we're cranking out.
We got Sean Alexander jerseys in the house.
Yes, I see that.
Down here at Renton. And we're just a stone's throw really away from the Seahawks training facility.
Yeah, that VMAC.
That's right, the VMAC.
Virginia Mason Athletic Complex.
Somebody's blowing soap bubbles.
Yes, and they're big too. Look at them.
Yeah, that's an industrial straight soap blower there.
Wow, that's almost as big as my head. That's pretty big.
Oh, wow. Those are ginormous soap bubbles.
Yep. It's beautiful seeing all these little young kids out here too.
What's that?
Seeing all these young kids out here, that's cute. That's beautiful. Looks like they're having a great time too. There's games, there's events. There's, like I said, a number of organizations here. We got a fun house. We got all these things. Inflatable stuff. We got a big inflatable slide called Street Race.
I'm interested in that tent of people over there.
Yeah.
They don't have a banner. I think they're organizational, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe they're like the headquarters or the what we call it, the stopping place for this the base of operations.
Yeah, right in here, right in front of us, we have Kids Quest, and they'll be at the big day of play, which is upcoming. Yeah, they've always been at Kids Quest, so they do a lot of stuff too.
Now, when's that happening?
Big day of play? I'll get the date. It'll be coming up.
It's pretty soon, yeah.
Big day of play at the Rainier Playfield.
One of the events that we have been behind for many, many years here at Rainier Avenue Radio.
Rain or shine.
Right. Make music day. Big day of play.
Big day of play.
Juneteenth.
Yep. And this event now, this is going to be
this
added
event right
to
now.
our realm of a live broadcast and event. And we're also doing the 60th anniversary of the March on Washington. We'll be covering that at the public service. Rainier Avenue Radio will be there. 60 years ago. That's unbelievable. There
We've got a community. We've got a scheduled event. It's a big day of plays on August 19th. Well, tomorrow also we have the Othello International Festival. Thank you, Daniel.
Yeah, Othello Park.
And I can't see without I wear my cool shades. I can't read anymore. August 28th. Yes, there you go. The 60th anniversary of MLK's March in Washington. September 2nd, it's the Youth Vendor Fair at the Columbia City Theater. The home of Rainier Avenue Radio.
Right in the heart of Columbia City.
Still the most diverse neighborhood, I believe, in the entire country.
It is. Based on census tract, based on the demographic,
Right.
Oh, did I tell you, when I worked for census, I did just to make sure that this wasn't just like a lip service. It is the most diverse. I looked at the language basis. I mean, you realize that there's a Tibetan community. They speak Tibetan. I didn't know that. And I even had to find these things out. It was great. It is seriously, when you talk about diversity, and we're so lucky and fortunate to be there. That's our home base. The Rainier Avenue area, the Rainier Valley, Southeast Seattle. That's us. So you're listening to Rainier Avenue Radio World, coming to you live from Renton Memorial Stadium, right here at the second annual Family Barbecue, sponsored by United Way King County and hosted by Doug Baldwin Jr. Number 89. He may be number 89 in the jersey, but he's number 1 in your heart.
Exactly. That is a very beautiful way to put it. Thank you, John. So it is, what time we got here? 12:13.
Yeah.
On Saturday afternoon here in Renton, Washington.
And look at all the people. They're still coming in. And there's plenty of parking.
Throwing footballs.
Yeah. Yep. Parking is absolutely free, and there's many parking spots out here. This is a stadium. And it's great.
Let's say it. This is the Renton High School Stadium.
Yeah,
that's right.
Renton Memorial High School Stadium. And like I said, I'm so glad that it is artificial turf, so there won't be anybody out here cutting.
Now we've got another event coming up later this afternoon, don't we?
Yes, at the Rainier Art Center, right on Alaska and Rainier.
Info desk.
I'm going to defer to Tony B right now.
The need info desk, Gloria Rodriguez. Please report to the need info. You've lost something, and we have it. And we want to cover it for you. For Gloria Rodriguez, please report to the need.
Tony B, the best lost and found man in the radio business.
Right.
Gloria Rodriguez.
Gloria Rodriguez.
Well, I lost my youth. You think you could help me find it? You hear what I said? I lost my youth. You think you can help me find it? Nah, I don't think so. I think we're going to be having some performances here too, ladies and gentlemen. So
it does look like that. It looks like I would imagine it is a dance or performance troupe of some sort.
Really colorful.
Very colorful. I want to make sure I get the order. What?
As you doing it right here, so we got a few announcements for you. We want to make you feel good. All right, we're going to try this
Tony B.
again. Gloria Rodriguez, please report to the B info tent on the southeast playing field area.
in Southeast Plain area, there's the Need Info Tent. Gloria, you have lost something, and we have found.
A very, very
Please report to the Need Info Tent.
It was not radio. We call Rainier Avenue Radio.world, but we are an internet broadcasting.
a subplot emerging here at the Doug Baldwin barbecue here. We're in a desperate search for Gloria Rodriguez. We have an item that belongs to Gloria, and we are in a desperate search
for Gloria Rodriguez.
Gloria Rodriguez, yes. I don't know what the item is. I'm not willing to speculate on what the item is. Well, I have a few ideas. It's probably pretty harmless. But Gloria Rodriguez, this barbecue is taking a dramatic turn.
Yes. But, more likely than not, I'm going to take a wild guess. It's probably a cell phone. Because people live by their cell phones these days.
Cell phone, a purse, a wallet, maybe a suitcase. I have no idea. We just don't know. But we know that it's Gloria's. We know that has been separated from Gloria's person, and we have it. So any information that you may have regarding the item, whereabouts of Gloria Rodriguez in the stadium, that would be great. This is all happening at the United Way barbecue, hosted by Doug Baldwin Jr. at Renton Memorial Stadium. A little bit away from our base of operations in Columbia City, but, it's a beautiful day. Lots of people showing up right now. We're doing that noon rush. I can feel it.
Yes. It's all good.
Lots of activities. And a desperate manhunt for Gloria.
Yes.
That's what we got to realize here.
Oh, no. We don't want to say manhunt.
Yeah.
We want to say
person hunt.
Person hunt.
Excuse me.
Person hunt.
I'm just using legal terms that are clearly outdated and archaic.
And sexist.
Yes, exactly.
So let's try to be politically correct.
All right.
Well, what's the opposite of politically correct? Politically incorrect. And
I have some names that are the opposite of politically correct, and I'm not willing to.
That is a good one. Hey, you're listening to my co-host, the man who's the bon vivant of the airwaves, Paul Pearson.
Oh, I'm a bon vivant now.
Right,
looks like Tony's ready to talk, so we'll let him get back to him.
We don't have.
I think he's waiting for the fade out.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
There we go. We're going to be doing interviews, as I said, ladies and gentlemen.
Never go to a car wash again. I haven't had a car wash since I bought this.
Oh, just a moment, just a matter of time before AI showed up.
Yeah, but you know what? Isn't it? That's the fun about doing live broadcasts.
Yeah, live broadcast.
Anything can happen, and it does. Anything can happen, and it does.
Having some microphone issues.
Yep.
It's always those microphones.
Yep. Tony's the kind of guy that you say he hasn't met a microphone he didn't like. So that's good.
Same here. I feel the exact same way. All right. Well, the music has restarted, so
I guess. Yes. We're doing what's called in the business filling.
Yes.
Paul and I are filling.
We're filling.
Yeah, but we're doing the fill.
They also call this.
Two.
Oh, all right. We've got a replacement mic for Tony. So there we go. I think it's a Gloria Rodriguez situation.
Yeah.
Just freaking everybody out here.
Yes, I know it is. We're at a standstill. God.
Hopefully we will get an update on that. This is Rainier Avenue Radio World. I am Paul Pearson. here with John Yasutaki and a host of other Rainier Avenue radio personalities at the United Way Barbecue in Renton Memorial Stadium, hosted by Doug Baldwin Jr., the second year that he has done this. We have activities, and we got a microphone now. All right. Microphone's been delivered to Tony. All right. And we're going to have announcements, some kind of announcements. Yeah, some kind of statement. Who's the gentleman with the headphones in there? Is he with us? Yeah. Okay. All right. So we've got a lot of different people here today. It's just very nice to see everybody out here and about at the Doug Baldwin Barbecue here at Renton Memorial Stadium.
Family barbecue.
Family barbecue, that's right.
So bring your family.
Bring your family. If you don't have a family, come anyway. Meet some other family.
Yeah. We got a lot of kids out here.
A lot of kids.
Oh my gosh.
Hanging out at the Costco tent.
Yes.
Okay, I think we got. Are we cutting away? Seems to be some divergent opinions here.
Okay.
And we're going to let.
I'm really curious as to who this group is with all these wonderful, colorful bars.
Very, very beautiful.
They're going to. I believe they're going to be performing. We shouldn't sound like we don't know what's on the program, but I can't read my phone, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry. My vision used to be 20/20. Now it's 20. Whatever.
I think we're gonna do something bold and take off my sunglasses and replace them with my normal glasses.
Hey, we are broadcasting live from Renton Memorial Stadium, and so hey, come on down to the second annual, the 2023 version of the Family Barbecue, sponsored by United Way of King County and hosted by none other than the great Seahawk receiver Doug Baldwin Jr., number 89. Like I said, he may be number 89 on his jersey, but he's number 1 in your heart.
It's just a very nice event, you know.
All right. More people are coming. I'm watching them come through the gate up here.
Well, we're around till 3 p.m.
Yep.
And did you have some of the food at last year's barbecue?
I didn't get a chance to.
You didn't get a chance.
We were sucked in with a number of interviews, and like we'll be doing in a few minutes, we'll have a number of interviews to be doing. Here we go.
Welcome everyone once again.
Performance.
Here we go.
Gloria Rodriguez. Oh, hey, thanks, Gloria. We found Gloria.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh yes.
She exists.
She exists. Well, that was a tense 10 minutes, John.
Yes, it was.
We have, and I think the pall of gloom that temporarily grasped this event has now been lifted. Gloria Rodriguez has been found. She's been reunited with the item, still unnamed, that she misplaced or lost.
It was so thick you could cut it with a knife.
Yeah.
Figuratively.
So for those of you that may have been
I would like to direct your attention to
let's
the
talk to Tony.
50-yard line. I'd like to direct everyone's attention to the 50-yard line. And by the way, the North Grandstand, on the other side of the North Grandstand is Jack's Links, and there's food over there. So just go over to the North Grandstand. And then remember, just a reminder, please not to bring food and beverages other than water onto the field with you. I've been over there at the Kraken field hockey area. There's also chess and checkers. A lot of things going on. I want to give a shout out to Mr. Mario Bailey and Nate Miles and Corey Monago who are here today. A lot of other folks I'm going to be talking about as well. But right now, we are going to have a performance on the 50-yard line from Baile Dior Studios, the home of HBCU Dance. Their mission is to expose youth of color and the community of the benefits of historical Black colleges and universities through performing arts.
Yeah!
Performing arts to cultivate an environment of confidence, community, and self-development in their dancers. Their partnerships in the community provide dancers with experiential learning opportunities to foster life skills and build lifelong connection. Please welcome Takeda from Baile Dior. Let's do this again. Please welcome Takeda from Baile Dior.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Takeda Spellman. I am the director and founder of Baile Dior Studios. We are excited to be here. I just want to give you guys a few marketing things. We have open enrollment going on now at our studio. We only enroll once a year, so if you are interested in dance training, please see myself or Lindsay, who has on a Baile Dior shirt. These lovely dancers are getting ready to do what we would call a field show. And the field show is primarily found on the 50-yard line at an HBCU during the football games. So here is a little snippet of our field show, and let's give it up for Baile Dior.
All right.
shake, now bounce, now bob, now drop, now work, now work, now come on, y'all. Catch them, 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 catch them. Now shake, now bounce, now bob, now drop, now work, now work, now come on, y'all. Catch them, 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 catch them.
Oh.
Whoa, yeah.
Let's give it up for BBQ.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? I have to be here with me. I just have to ask you. Give us a little bit more information about how to get involved with this program.
How do I involve this program?
Well, yeah, how the program evolved.
Okay. So, Baile Dior came from me missing an experience of attending an HBCU. So I am a Seattle native, and I had an opportunity to go to Bethune-Cookman, but due to some personal situations, I could not attend. And so I started to coach at Franklin High School to supplement my dance life, and I coached there for 9 years. And I decided the last year there that we need to be more expansive in what dance was. So I took the last group in 2013 to Clark Atlanta University, where they did a full dance shadow with Clark Atlanta's Onyx dance team, and they actually got to perform at a basketball game, and they attended classes with the actual dancers. And from there, I just knew that it was something that Seattle needed, right? Because performing arts is us as a culture. Dance is way far extended outside of ballet, and we need some representation. So why not?
And I asked Takeda if she was the executive director, and she said, I am the everything. And that is what it takes to build community, folks, committing their efforts, their passion. If anyone wants to find out more, to get involved, where can they go to?
You guys can go to BaileDiorStudios.com or see us on Instagram, BaileDior. I'm sorry, Baile_Dior Studios. And I also have some flyers and handouts. So yes.
All right, we've got more coming up for you. The Washington Diamonds Dream
Wondering if they were
Team.
going to
Ready
do
to
that
join
right
the
in the
youth
middle.
there. South Apollo School dancers. Go back to having fun. Are you having a good time? All right, let's make it a little more than that. Are you having a good time?
Yes.
Come on now. We're going to make sure you're having a good time. Rainier Avenue Radio is in the building. We want to let you know. You make me happy.
We are having a great time.
Let me see you.
Absolutely. Having a fantastic time. Rainier Avenue Radio.world. I am Paul Pearson. With me is John Yazataki. We are at the second annual United Way BBQ at Renton Memorial Stadium, hosted by Doug Baldwin, the former Seahawk wide receiver. Who's that over at our right that is on the mic right now?
Yeah, louder music.
Our other right.
Yeah. Oh, we got another group performing coming up.
It does look like that's happening. We've already seen a very, very nice dance by the Ballet Noir dance troupe. Is that how it is? Did I get that right? And looks like we're about to see another one. And I believe this is, please correct me if I'm wrong, but we're seeing a group of, would this be an Indian?
It looks like East Indian, Pakistan, or Sikh. No, it's not Sikh.
True, right.
Either way,
they've been here for an hour, and we've kind of been wanting to see what they will be doing.
I love the
Looks like they're getting ready to do that.
The costumes are wonderful, man.
But if you're just sitting around right now listening to your radio, you want to do something, you want to be active, well, come on down to Renton Memorial Stadium.
Right here, y'all. We're gonna make you scream and make you.
There's something for everybody here. I mean, literally something for everybody here. So don't miss out. We'll be here until 3 o'clock.
We're about to hear the South Nepal school dance. So,
Nepal.
That is who we're about to see.
You know what? I can't understand it. No. Where did we go?
So I gather that they are Nepalese. Is that the word? I'm not sure what the word is. So we'll be seeing that in a few minutes. I'm very intrigued by that. We've got food, we've got games, we've got soap bubbles. We have a hockey rink, people.
We've got entertainment. One of our own, Darnell, shut the door, is singing. Great voice.
Some nice old-fashioned R&B, like the type you might hear on Star Time here at Rainier Avenue Radio.world, hosted by myself, Paul Pearson. Along with John Yazataki, Seattle Here and Now. Yep. Show that. Yep. That's been we both have been here since the beginning, haven't we?
It was a great day. Thank you, Paul.
Daniel Bellis to my right with the institution Fresh Juice.
Okay.
It's not a show, it's an institution. Wednesday nights.
Chris,
Brother Ty over here.
Doing his thing. Spinning, well, they don't have this anymore.
Spinning them in his heart.
Yeah, spinning them in his heart. He's doing the MP3 or whatever. So anyway, hey, we are here all day till 3 o'clock. Renton Memorial Stadium. Come on down.
Looks like the Star Wars contingent is making some kind of move.
Yeah.
An unholy alliance, really, between a stormtrooper, Princess Leia, and
an Empire officer,
with Empire Imperial Guard.
Yep.
Yeah. They're walking right in front of us.
Yep.
All right. Hello. How you guys doing? They wave to us. So the stormtrooper losing, at least for the time being, his or her angry personality or hostile person. I don't know if this. Maybe they're not hostile. And very soon we'll be seeing on the broadcast the South Nepal school dances. Waiting for announcement as the Star Wars troop passes us by without event.
Yes. Well, at least they didn't bring the Death Star with them.
That's right.
Thank you, huh? Thank you.
All right. We are at Renton Memorial Stadium, Rainier Avenue Radio .world at the second United Way Barbecue, hosted by Doug Baldwin.
Great event. There's a little bit, like I said, there's a little bit of everything. You know, it's just so unique. Cultural performances. You got displays. You got organizations here. You got things for kids, things for adults. You got the Kraken, got a field hockey field over there.
Got a hockey rink.
Oh, you got a robot over there. You see it?
We have a robot?
Yes. Look at it.
I'm missing it.
You see it?
Oh,
Right
there it is. There it is. Oh yeah.
R2D2 got nothing on him.
Yeah, that's they call those something besides robots.
Yeah,
what do they call them?
Cyber? Something?
I don't think so.
Who knows? I wonder. Yeah.
Yarbrough and Peoples playing behind us right now.
Yes.
Don't stop the music. It was very quirky when it came out. And it sounds like it looks like we're trying to negotiate some kind of a sound deal, so the South Nepal School dancers can begin their routine.
I don't know. I keep looking up and looking out, and man, it just seems like more and more people are coming. Gosh,
and we are not positioned near the food section. We
Yes.
should mention that you can't bring food into the stadium, or at least onto the field.
Right?
So all the food vendors are behind us.
Right.
And John and I have been left here only to dream about what they may be serving.
And we can actually, because the way the wind is blowing, you can actually smell it.
Yeah.
So,
We can smell it, but we can't see it. We have no idea what it is.
and we can't taste it. That's the most important thing.
I had a dime for every time I said that.
Hey, but we are enjoying ourselves here at the second annual Family Barbecue, sponsored by United Way of King County and hosted by none other than the one and only Doug Baldwin Jr. As I say, 89 on your jersey number, but number 1 in your heart. A great guy, doing so much for our community. So much for our community.
When did oh, wait a minute. I was going to ask you a question, but it looks like we are hearing some music that maybe dance to.
Yes.
We're negotiating what's going on right now. Okay, I think we're talking about a set list or a playlist here. What's that? Yeah.
And rehearse it too. So, anyways, we will get it together. We are flexible. We are flexible. Kind of like that first group that was up there. Man, were they flexible?
They were very flexible.
Oh my gosh. I don't think I was ever bent like that. But anyway, so if I would have been bent like that, they would have to unbend me. You know?
I would probably break, to be honest with you. I'd probably snap a few things.
Ben, don't break, but you would break. Okay, so that thank you. At least you're being honest, Paul.
It's just that's a family trait, really. It's a Pearson family tradition.
Very good, very good. Hey, I'm here with my good buddy and co-host and colleague Paul Pearson, all the way in from Thurston County. Oh, actually, yeah, Tumwater.
Tumwater.
You know, they said there's only 2 things in Tumwater that you could get: Olympia beer and milk. It's the only 2 things you can get: milk and Olympia beer. Milk for the kids.
I thought you were going to mention a disease.
No. Tumwater. You know, actually, this area, Rainier beer and Olympia beer, were 2 internationally known beverages for years. You know, Interesting, huh?
Oh yeah,
it's the water. It's the
I believe in the movie Play Misty for Me, Clint Eastwood actually drank a can of
Olympia beer, right?
Yeah.
And so it's the water that makes
Tumwater.
Olympia
We should
beer.
we should clarify. Tumwater is where they actually brewed Olympia beer.
Exactly. You had that picture of the running water with the
big water, the big water, and then the can, and then just in tiny print below the horseshoe it says Tumwater.
Tumwater, right?
So that is kind of the reason why I say what I say at the beginning of every show. You know, we're coming to you from Olympia, actually Tumwater. Tumwater's in small print. That's how we like it.
Very small print.
We like our small print.
Well, hey, it's on the map. That's all that's important. All that's important.
That's right.
The only thing I knew about Tumwater is you pass through Tumwater to get to Olympia.
That's right. Well, we're the gateway to the Puget Sound.
Southern, that's right.
The first incorporated city in the state of Washington, Tumwater.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
so. We were here first. Well, no, we weren't here first. We were like second.
Yeah, I think
third or fourth, maybe.
Yeah, I think Seattle was first. Wasn't it? The pioneers came in, they jumped ship or whatever. Who knows? But anyways, where are
another
we,
place that's on the map is Renton, and that's where we are at Renton Memorial Stadium for the second annual United Way Barbecue, hosted by Seahawk legend Doug Baldwin. I haven't seen him lately.
He's out there. He's always
making the rounds. But hopefully you'll be coming back to talk to us for a little bit.
Yes. And like I said, not only is he involved with this, but he's also, like I said, proud officiant of the Family First Community Center, which he was instrumental in getting the funding and all of the things that are necessary and all of the accoutrements that come with building a community center.
I am really eager to talk to him about that and find out more about that, because that is just such an unusual and welcome resource that is only possible for things like this and communities like this.
Yeah.
I just wish that we could take them to other communities across the United States and make that kind of connection.
Yeah.
Okay, so all right, they're just lining up with some photos.
Yeah, and I had a chance to look at the outline, the outlay of the building, the facility. I think there's one area that's high tech for kids with computers and all of that stuff, and there's a health clinic there. So family, Health Point is going to have an entity there. So I mean, we're talking about a very comprehensive approach to provide the services for the community. And I think that's just beautiful, just wonderful. That speaks a lot to the kind of person he is, and his commitment and dedication to this community. So I guess more as they say, kudos.
And it speaks to the community that this is as well. I mean, this is a very special place.
Yeah, it is,
and it just sort of breeds that kind of mentality and that kind of spirit. It makes me very happy to be associated with it in any way.
When you mention Renton, the only thing that people associate with Renton is Boeing.
What? Sorry?
Boeing Field. Renton.
Oh yeah, Boeing Field.
Yeah, they have Renton. No, there's much more going on here.
Wait a minute, is Boeing Field here? Or
Boeing Field.
I thought it was like across.
They use Renton Airfield. Boeing is where they park most of their jets when they don't use Boeing Field over there.
Okay.
This is where they do the outfitting and stuff, and they do the testing too here.
Oh, I get
right here.
Okay.
Because you could hear them when they test the engines, and I live in South Seattle. Oh yeah, and that's Renton Airport right over here. Yeah, if you go by there, you see all those commercial outfits. Yeah,
I saw them this morning when I drove.
Yep. That's what they do.
We are hearing the strains of what I believe I assume is
the background music for our dancers. Yeah,
that's right. We are still
I'm anxious to see
negotiating some kind of terms here. More people coming in.
More
every minute. Okay, I've seen some food there. I think those are those ribs.
Yeah.
I think those are barbecued ribs.
Oh yeah.
That's the first food I've seen all day.
Well, I saw people coming in with covered
Yeah.
clamshell carriers, but that was the first glimpse of actual FOOD. Hey, but this is a great event. Second annual barbecue, family barbecue, sponsored by United Way of King County and hosted by Doug Baldwin Jr., former Seahawk great, and someone who has really garnered a lot of love and respect for what he's done for this community. And I think it's a great tribute to him and a great tribute to King County United Way for this event. So, like I said, if you got time, come on down. We'll be here until 3 o'clock.
Yeah, it looks like we were going to start any second now. Looks like we're getting ready finally for the South Nepal School Dancers.
Yeah.
You can see this on YouTube right now.
Right.
Come on up. Come on up. Come on up. Come on up. All right.
And we're still
waiting for the music.
Huh? Hello? Huh? Yes. What? Somebody talking to me? Okay. I heard somebody calling me in my ear. I don't know if that was, if that was an actual person or just, my advancing age, in which people are just speaking to me randomly from my past.
All right, once again, let me draw your attention to the South Grandstand at the 50-yard line. The South Nepal School Dancers are going to be performing since 2018. The Nepal Seattle Society has operated the South Nepali School at Asian Counseling and Referral Services in Kent. The program celebrates Nepalese traditions and culture, as well as teaching Nepali reading, writing, and dancing to more than 60 students on Saturday mornings. I again direct your attention to the South Grandstand at the 50-yard line. Please put your hands together for Manisha.
Hello, everyone. Hi, I'm Manisha. Currently, I'm an international student in Rainier College, connected with South Nepali School. It is very overwhelming, and I'm extremely grateful for this opportunity to express our culture over here, and we hope you guys will enjoy our culture at South Nepali School.
Yeah. Yeah.
Please put your hands together and welcome to our Nepali dance by Melissa Group.
That's about it. Just enjoy with us.
If you're watching this on the network, we hope you're able to see all the color and the really graceful moves of the hands. The graceful moves of the hands, they all have a meaning. That's what I understand from some research about them. Kind of reminiscent of a little bit of like the Bollywood style, huh? East Indian, but I think I would recommend that they put in a stadium for anybody that's just pop,
Yeah, like I'm just a risers.
Yeah, a riser. Yeah.
Protection.
Yeah. But this is really cool. The other group was cool too, but yeah. That was
And those were the South
Nepal
school dancers.
Yes.
With
And they said they're located at the Asian Council and Counseling
All right.
Service conference.
Please welcome Manisha.
You are listening to coverage of the United Way Barbecue from Renton Memorial Stadium, hosted by Doug Baldwin on Rainier Avenue Radio.world.
Oh, yeah.
And here is Lanisha.
That is just enjoy with us.
minor technical difficulties, but we got it now. All right. See, the reason why I get the right you know, it's like, wow. That was Manisha. Who just turned in.
All right, a big applause for Manisha. All right, Manisha, that was awesome. That was fantastic. Once again, give it up for the South Poly dancers.
South Paul. Yeah.
Welcome again to the annual barbecue, Community Barbecue United Way. And Doug Baldwin, you know what? You can be a part of United Way's work by volunteering or visit the AmeriCorps table to learn about jobs that make a difference in the community. There are some restaurants again on the North Grandstand, behind the North Grandstand. I know for sure Jack's Link is out there. We've also got Jack's Barbecue. Jack's dreams to bring authentic Central Texas barbecue to Seattle. It came to life in 2014. Jack's solo location has 3 20-foot-long burning hardwood smokers imported from Texas. Jack's Barbecue will be serving barbecue plates, brisket, chicken, field roast, vegan sausage, potato salad, Texas caviar, and fixins. Hailing from West Seattle, Jones Barbecue. Jones Barbecue has been crowned one of the keys of barbecue in the region. But wait, there's more. C. Davis Barbecue. It all started for C. Davis in 2011 when his friend and him were watching the show Pitmasters. His friend dared him, and he couldn't do it. The next thing he knew, he was buying a smoker from Texas and cooking for Bill Gates. C. Davis is the Seattle Seahawks exclusive barbecue vendor. C. Davis will be serving brisket or pulled pork over French fries. Again, there is the Kraken field hockey area. If you need information on the southeast corner of the field, Need Info is over there. And then we've also got the toys, the bouncies, right over there on the northeast corner of the field. Lots of things to do, lots of good times to be had. We're going to go back to music, and we'll be back with you shortly. Right now, DJ, do what you do.
We are back at Renton Memorial Stadium, Rainier Avenue Radio World, covering the 2nd annual United Way Barbecue hosted by Doug Baldwin Jr. I am Paul Pearson, host of Star Time with John Yasutaki,
who's just been accosted by his brother and friend. Oh my gosh. Call 911. No. Call Jack's Barbecue. I can handle that.
Oh, yeah. And Tony B making me hungry.
Yes.
After outlining every item on the menu.
Thank you.
Brisket. Now I'm at brisket. I haven't had a brisket in years.
Oh my gosh. Melt in your mouth. Not in your hand. Oh,
that's right.
No, that's M&M. Hey, we are here at the 2nd annual Family Barbecue.
How do they get sliders? How do we not get sliders here?
Sponsored by United Way King County and hosted by
over there
none other than Doug Baldwin Jr.
Our colleagues are eating sliders.
Yeah, I know.
Look like what is that, Ty? Is that pulled pork there and a little bit of brisket maybe? I think that's what it is. We're having a great time. It is 1:08 on Saturday afternoon here at Rainier Avenue Radio World's coverage of the United Way Barbecue, hosted by Doug Baldwin at Renton Memorial Stadium. We've already seen a couple of great performances. I've been just handed a red ticket. Ah, okay. Not a golden ticket like Willy Wonka, but you know, it's just as handy.
Hey, whatever works.
But we're having a wonderful time. Just a couple hours left.
Yes.
Of this, hopefully, soon to become an annual tradition.
It is.
I mean, this is the 2nd one, so I'm hoping that we can keep this going in years coming forward. We've got a lot of great sponsors and partners at this event right now. We've got Costco, we've got Sound Transit, the Seattle Kraken, Casey and the Sunshine Band playing behind me. Yeah, right. Jones's Barbecue, Jones Barbecue from
right up the street from where we used to be.
That's right. A truly wonderful barbecue joint.
Yep. Hey, there's still a lot of things to do here, folks. Come on down. We'll be here until 3 o'clock, and people are still coming. People are still coming, enjoying the sun, enjoying the events. There's games. There's like a fun house. There's a slide up there. Inflatable stuff. We got the kids' questions here. You got Costco. You got Soundchat, UW. You got the Crackett field hockey field. Oh my God! Come on down. Rainier Avenue Radio.world is bringing this event to you live on our network.
All right, well, we are going to take a break in our conference right now, heading off to a couple of announcements, and we will be right back very soon with more coverage of the United Way Barbecue hosted by Doug Baldwin at Renton Memorial Stadium. We are Rainier Avenue Radio.world, and we'll be right back.
Afternoon from 2:30 to 3 here on Rainier Avenue Radio.world. Join your hosts Violetta Strash with John L. Scott Kent North and Tina Lombard with Guaranteed Rate Affinity. They'll help you navigate the waters of our volatile real estate market and offer you some guidance on how to make your hard-earned money work to make your dreams come true. Learn about current trends, get tips on financial matters, and have fun, interactive discussions about your home inside and out. That's real estate and money.
Generational wealth. Generational wealth. Generational wealth. What is generational wealth? We asked our communities, and this is what they had to say.
Generational wealth to me is setting up a safety net for the future, not only for yourself, but for the generations to come, to not have the future generations, maybe in your own family, to have to go through the same trials that you had to go through. Maybe if you went through something hard when you were younger, maybe being poor, being middle class, or not having the money to have access to the things that other people around you do. It's setting up that safety net so that not only you, maybe later in your life, but also your kids, their kids, can end up having the luxuries that you would have wanted when you were young.
This campaign to create awareness to generational wealth is brought to you by the Department of Neighborhood's Generational Wealth Initiative, the Washington Housing Finance Commission, and Rainier Avenue Radio.world. Create your generational wealth for you and the future of your families.
Oh my man. You know, everybody goes through a storm sometimes.
God is, and Rainier Avenue Radio.world have a new address. We're now located at 4916 Rainier Avenue South in Columbia City, 98118. God is still loving on your community, being a blessing and meeting the needs of the people. Don't miss any of our amazing shows. Your favorite community radio station. Tune in and come on down and get some free food and let us continue to love on you. Don't forget to tune in. See you soon for free food and free entertainment with God is and Rainier Avenue Radio.world.
This is Paul Pearson, host of Star Time. And when I'm not being reprimanded by traffic cops, I'm listening to Rainier Avenue Radio.world.
Generational wealth. Generational wealth. Generational wealth. What is generational wealth? We asked our communities, and this is what they had to say.
Generational wealth to me is wealth that has been accumulated from their ancestors, but their ancestors are usually the ones that aren't the ones that built it, but built off of POC ancestors, in my own definition, from what I see. Because not many POC people have that type of wealth, as you can see in many people's neighborhoods and communities. It's usually a white person. You can see it in gentrification around us and even in schools nowadays. But generational wealth is basically hard work that isn't really your own hard work.
This campaign to create awareness to generational wealth is brought to you by the Department of Neighborhood's Generational Wealth Initiative, the Washington Housing Finance Commission, and Rainier Avenue Radio.world.
Do you want to reach out to the Vietnamese community in Seattle? Just advertise in Lê Tây Bắc, that is Northwest Vietnamese News, the longest running Vietnamese language newspaper in our region. Go to nvnorthwest.com.
Rainier Avenue Radio presents All Music, All Day Saturday. Music, All Day Saturday. This is Edward Bailey, Bulldog Blue, Jazz from the Cabinets.
That's right. It's time once again for Jazz from the Cabinets.
Start Time.
Thanks for tuning in. My name is Paul Pierce. Start Time.
Saturdays, all music, all day. Reggae hour, K-Fox night.
Looking for the perfect beat? Yeah, it's the beat of the box.
Fresh juice, the money in it.
Myself to the money.
Spencia, the Northwest Rap Gang.
DJ Medina.
Northwest Rap.
Sergio Lacour's Love Line.
It's Sergio's Love Lines with Sergio LaCour. Go to the phone line. Tell him who we
Sea Monster Radio. Mojang. It's your
Welcome to Mojo Mondays. This is KZ Music Media. Caller Goddess for Mojo Mondays.
Just like God is inspiration all day and all night. Saturday. Rainier Avenue Radio.
Welcome to the coronavirus pandemic.
I'll take coronavirus for 100. Fever, chills, shortness of breath, loss of taste or smell. What is stay at home and isolate?
Correct.
Coronavirus for 200. Inability to stay awake, persistent pain or pressure in chest, trouble breathing. What is seek immediate help?
Coronavirus for 500.
Crippling and potentially dead infectious disease eliminated the United States with vaccination.
What is the polio vaccine? I'll take coronavirus for 700.
The Daily Double! Should I take the coronavirus vaccine? Wait. Hold up. This is not a game. It's time for serious discussions. We have coronavirus vaccines, but not everyone is comfortable taking them. Here's the facts. Based on what has been proven about vaccines for other diseases, COVID-19 vaccine may help keep you from getting seriously ill, even if you do get the virus. Getting vaccinated also may protect people around, particularly those at greater risk for severe illness from COVID-19. We don't yet have all of the answers. Get informed, talk to your healthcare physician, and make the right decision for you. This is a message supported by the Washington State Department of Health.
Hi, I'm Paul Pearson of StarTime. Did you know that back in the 9th century, Rainier Avenue Radio was the host of the first annual Gregorian chant-off? Man, that was tight. Well, times have changed and so have we. Now you can hear all the great Rainier Avenue Radio shows on our mobile app for Android and iPhone. It's completely free on the Google Play Store and the iPhone App Store. The Rainier Avenue Radio app.
Hello, my name is Pastor Derek Lane, and I live and pastor here in the Othello community. I'm vaccinated because I know how illness can hurt the community. As a grandfather, I am boosted to help protect my 3.5-year-old granddaughter who can't be. I don't want to see members of my community die needlessly. And as a pastor, I've had funerals for those who caught COVID, but none from taking the vaccine. If you have questions, need resources, or want to make an appointment, visit kingcounty.gov/vaccine.
What kind of nonsense conversation are we having here?
The Neon Ghost Show. The Neon Ghost Show. Right here on Rainier. What's it? Rainier Avenue Radio.world.
Right about now.
Rainier Avenue Radio.world. I'm so tired. I have to pee.
You're listening to Rainier Avenue Radio.world.
Hello, listener. What's important to you about what's going on in your community? Are you interested? Are you concerned? In any case, I invite you to tune into my show, Seattle Here and Now, on Rainier Avenue Radio.world. Why? I will be covering a wide range of topics important to you and impacting the community. Each show will have a special guest or guests to share with you information on a variety of subjects that are happening here and now in Seattle. I promise I will work hard to make my show informative, interesting, and entertaining. Be sure to listen to Seattle Here and Now on Rainier Avenue Radio.world.
Different rules apply when it gets this late, you know what I mean? It's like after hours.
Whatever gets you through the night.
Hello, I'm an unpaid spokesman for DJ Sotovaci. I'd like to invite you to listen to his free-form music show. It's popular music the way it was never intended to be heard. Whatever gets you through the night, late nights, here on Rainier Avenue Radio.world.
Whatever gets you through the night.
Generational wealth. Generational wealth. Generational wealth. What is generational wealth? We asked our communities, and this is what they had to say.
To me, generational wealth means access to joy. Money doesn't buy happiness,
but it can buy a lot of things that make it easier. I find that when your basic needs are met, it's a lot easier to work on other things. Like even for myself as an artist, like I'm not the best creative, I'm not the best artist when my basic needs aren't being met, and not having to worry about that for yourself, but also for the people closest to you, like your loved ones. To me, that's the beauty of generational wealth. To me, generational wealth is community. It's being able to talk to people and figure out what they need and help them. I feel like especially in Seattle.
This campaign to create awareness to generational wealth is brought to you by the Department of Neighborhood's Generational Wealth Initiative, the Washington Housing Finance Commission, and Rainier Avenue Radio .world. Generational wealth. Generational wealth. Generational wealth. What is generational wealth? We asked our communities, and this is what they had to say.
When I think about generational wealth, I think about history. I think about the history of exploitation, what led us to today. Some people live a certain social economic way, and the majority does not get to live in that same way. Perhaps they don't want to live that way. I don't know.
Generational wealth has some really strong positives and some really strong negatives. At its best, it's ways that communities can grow, find security for themselves. It's a way to make sure that your children and their children and each generation thereafter has opportunities to find joy and growth and make a difference in the world.
This campaign to create awareness to generational wealth is brought to you by the Department of Neighborhood's Generational Wealth Initiative, the Washington Housing Finance Commission, and Rainier Avenue Radio .world.
What's up, Seattle? This is Michael McPherson with the South Seattle Emerald. The Emerald is 9 years old, and we are excited to invite you to our birthday party on Saturday, August 12th from 1 to 7 p.m. at the Rainier Arts Center, located at 3515 South Alaska Street, at the intersection of Rainier and Alaska. It's an outdoor event with live music and record spinning. Check us out at southseattleemerald.org, and we look forward to seeing you Saturday, August 12th.
My name is Keith. I'm a barber from Tacoma, Washington. When the pandemic hit, it did affect me as a business owner. I had my own personal reasons why I didn't get vaccinated. But I was talking to a doctor, and he was telling me more about what it could do to protect us and our family. I wanted to get back to that once was, right? I do feel safe knowing that I am vaccinated. I just hope what I'm saying is reaching into people's heads to know that this is the best decision for all of us. To learn more, please visit hereforuswa.org.
I'm Paul Pearson, host of Star Time. And when I'm not cooking up a batch of my famous wood-flavored chicken, I'm listening to Rainier Avenue Radio .world.
Went over a friend's house to eat, and the food just ain't no good.
Rainier Avenue Radio.
What's up, everyone? It's your girl, Queen Bree, inviting you to come join me on Clean Greens Living. Broadcasted Tuesdays, 12:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, live right here on Rainier Avenue Radio. On Clean Greens Living, we talk farming, community, and ways to being healthy. So come join me and let's discuss ways to create a healthier you and a healthier community.
Hey, Buford, why are you kicking that old CD player?
I can't hear the radio.
Can't hear the radio? Let me help you.
Hey, you two, quit beating up that outdated audio equipment. You can't hear the radio on a CD player.
You can.
No, you can't, you adorable simpletons. But you can hear some great radio on the Rainier Avenue Radio app. It's brand new, it's free, and it's available for Android and iPhone. In fact, you can download the Rainier Avenue Radio app right now from the Google Play Store or the iPhone App Store.
I'm going to go give me a smartphone right now.
I'm just going to put a graduation cap on my rotary phone.
You two have very significant personal issues. Get the Rainier Avenue Radio .world app today.
Atlantic Street Center has been serving the children, youth, and families of the Seattle-King County area since 1910. We partner with families and communities to raise healthy, successful children and youth through services including counseling, early learning, youth development, domestic violence, and education support for school-aged children. Committed to serving the African American community, Atlantic Street Center provides services and support for all marginalized people. Learn more at AtlanticStreetCenter.org.
This is Paul Pearson, host of Star Time. And when I'm not stopping a Mercer Island street brawl, I'm listening to Rainier Avenue Radio.world.
This is Rainier Avenue Radio.world.
Generational wealth. Generational wealth. Generational wealth. What is generational wealth? We asked our communities, and this is what they had to say.
Generational wealth is having financial security and not having to worry about it for yourself, your immediate family, and future generations. It's a very elusive idea to me personally because it's not something in my immediate experience, and it's only something that I'm learning about a little bit more in theory and knowing or trying to know if that's like a real possibility for someone like me.
This campaign to create awareness to generational wealth is brought to you by the Department of Neighborhood's Generational Wealth Initiative, the Washington Housing Finance Commission, and Rainier Avenue Radio.world. Create your generational wealth for you and the future of your families.
What's going on, world? It's your boy OG Mambo.
And your guy D Money. Join us along with Pint Size Patron and ID Yourself
Here on Fresh Juice at Rainier Avenue Radio.
every Wednesday hump day from 9 to 11 Pacific.
Get exclusive interviews from your favorite artists, all the hottest music, and updates on what we got going on in the world.
That's every Wednesday, 9 to 11 p.m. on Seattle's Rainier Avenue Radio.
This is Paul Pearson, host of Star Time. And when I'm not explaining to my intern exactly what R&B is, I'm listening to Rainier Avenue Radio.world.
God is Rainier Avenue Radio.world, your favorite community radio station. We're putting out all kind of inputs for you in your community. So come on and listen to us and tune us in. Get on our Facebook, Instagram, and all. As we're doing it right here for you in your community with Rainier Avenue Radio.world. And God is an inspiration of gospel music. Also, we're doing a lot of different things in your community. We give out free food. We give out a lot of things in the community. We do a lot of shows. We do a lot of things on the sports part, and we want you to come on out and tune us in and come to the community, and we do a lot of things in your community. So make sure you go to our website, Rainier Avenue Radio.world, and also go to the God Is website and look us up and see what we do in your community, something maybe you might like. So come on by and check us out from 11 to 2. Free food giveaway.
Would you like to see when your favorite Rainier Avenue Radio show comes on? Check out our show schedule, updated weekly at RainierAvenueRadio.world.
Hi, I'm Paul Pearson of Star Time. Did you know that back in the 1930s, Rainier Avenue Radio operated out of a supply closet in the Columbia City Seafirst Bank? Well, times have changed and so have we. Now you can hear all the great Rainier Avenue Radio shows on our mobile app for Android and iPhone. It's completely free on the Google Play Store and the iPhone App Store. The Rainier Avenue Radio app.
Rainier Avenue Radio. Rainier Avenue Radio.
This is Big Poppy, host of Jazz from the Cabinets. Join me each week for a listening tour of the first century of jazz, an eclectic mix of Dixieland, big band, cool jazz, bebop, contemporary jazz, world jazz, all jazz in all forms. That's Jazz from the Cabinets with Big Poppy on Rainier Avenue Radio, streaming worldwide on RainierAvenueRadio.world. If you or a family member are 55 or over and need nursing home level care, you want to keep living where you are, check out Providence Elder Place PACE. Our program centers in the Rainier Valley and throughout Seattle and King County, offering healthcare, housing,
transportation, social, and recreational activities. There are no copays or deductibles, and it's covered through Medicare and Medicaid. Providence Elder Place PACE specializes in serving those with chronic health conditions, including diabetes, kidney disease, heart disease, and dementia. For over 25 years, this program keeps seniors out of nursing homes, assists family members caring for elderly loved ones, and works to keep the most vulnerable members of our community healthy in their homes. Call 206-320-5325. That's 206-320-5325. Or visit providence.org/elderplace.
I'm Paul Pearson, host of Star Time. And when I'm not hearing men compare women to residential real estate, I'm listening to Rainier Avenue Radio.world.
Generational wealth. Generational wealth. Generational wealth. What is generational wealth? We asked our communities, and this is what they had to say.
Generational wealth is knowledge, whether knowing how to heal yourself from plants, knowing how to stretch your body right, and knowing what to do when you need to take time or space to get to know yourself and to grow as a person. And knowledge is something that can be passed down from your abuelitas to your mom and just to all the knowledgeable, powerful women in my lineage, at least.
This campaign to create awareness to generational wealth is brought to you by the Department of Neighborhood's Generational Wealth Initiative, the Washington Housing Finance Commission, and Rainier Avenue Radio.world. Create your generational wealth for you and the future of your families. Generational wealth. Generational wealth. Generational wealth. What is generational wealth? We asked our communities, and this is what they had to say.
Generational wealth to me means to provide and establish wealth for generations to come, whether it be through real estate or through other equitable funding.
Personally, it helps to work with a trusted financial professional to guide and steer you, because you're going to be making some decisions around how you spend your money, how you save your money, how you invest your money. Some of that will be strictly to increase the size of your wealth. Other parts of those investments might be something that you want to do that's key to your purpose and your character. And you can manage to do both.
This campaign to create awareness to generational wealth is brought to you by the Department of Neighborhood's Generational Wealth Initiative, the Washington Housing Finance Commission, and Rainier Avenue Radio.world.
Your community radio station will provide you with more information. Rainier Avenue Radio. Your community radio station will provide you with more information. Rainier Avenue Radio.
Generational wealth. Generational wealth. Generational wealth. What is generational wealth? We asked our communities, and this is what they had to say.
Generational wealth, it's this idea of like hard work that gets carried on that had been executed from ancestors, and so the generations down the line are a bit more set up already, like in a very favorable position financially to succeed. And it kind of makes me think of like privilege a lot, because when I think about stuff like gentrification or people with privilege or in a more privileged position in like the current society as it is right now, I think of this idea that they probably had this generational wealth.
This campaign to create awareness to generational wealth is brought to you by the Department of Neighborhood's Generational Wealth Initiative, the Washington Housing Finance Commission, and Rainier Avenue Radio.world.
Antique radios,
River McGee and Molly.
phonographs, vintage TV,
Lone Ranger.
transistor radios. The annual Puget Sound Antique Radio Association Vintage Electronics Swap Meet has it all and much more. Sunday, August 20th, 9 to 2, Shoreline Community College. Go to PugetSoundAntiqueRadio.com for more information.
Women Empowerment Talk Radio, your roadmap to business success. Tune in every Sunday at 3 p.m. on Rainier Avenue Radio.world, providing resources and sharing motivational experiences from the everyday entrepreneur. Tune in Women Empowerment Talk Radio every Sunday, 3 p.m. on Rainier Avenue Radio.world.
Generational wealth. Generational wealth. Generational wealth. What is generational wealth? We asked our communities, and this is what they had to say.
Generational wealth is incredibly difficult to accrue. My mom likes to joke that we come from a long line of people who are bad at money. She always talks about wanting to buy a house so that she has something to leave her kids. I got really sick when I was a kid, and all our money went towards that. I had to leave college because I couldn't afford my next year's tuition, medical bills, and life. It's all so difficult. And then you think about wanting to leave something behind for your kids. Well, how can you leave something behind for your kids when every day you're trying to make sure that your kids have joy and happiness and health and fulfillment today? Every day I'm really concerned about if I'll be able to keep living and making art in this city for myself.
This campaign to create awareness to generational wealth is brought to you by the Department of Neighborhood's Generational Wealth Initiative, the Washington Housing Finance Commission, and Rainier Avenue Radio.world.
Paul Pearson, host of Star Time, and this is my real voice. Honest. You're hearing it on Rainier Avenue Radio.world.
Should have told her you were sorry.
I'm Paul Pearson, host of Star Time, and when I'm not rehearsing my annual address to shareholders, I'm listening to Rainier Avenue Radio.world.
Wash your hands, don't touch your face, wipe things down, clean up your space. When you cough and sneeze, do responsibly. If you feel you're getting ill, isolate at home and chill. No, you're not alone. Please pick up your phone and call 206-477-3977. King County 206-477-3977. Public Health 206-477-3977. King County 206-477-3977. Public Community Radio Station will provide you with more information. Say Rainier Avenue Radio. Your community radio station will provide you with more information. Rainier Avenue Radio.
Greetings. This is your host, DJ Neftali, Rainier Avenue Radio.world, the best DJ in the Seattle area. You can catch me every Monday at 8 p.m. on YouTube. Like I said, this is DJ Neftali, the best reggae in Seattle, Washington, the best radio station, Rainier Avenue Radio.world. Mom, right?
This is Mondo Bancaro from Mondo's World. We will be discussing some interesting subjects. Sometimes I might even have some guests. So please listen to my show on Rainier Avenue Radio.
This is Paul Pearson, host of Star Time, and when I'm not busy tearing the roof off the suckers, I'm listening to Rainier Avenue Radio.world.
Welcome to the Fitness Corner. I'm your host, Mark Bryant, and you're going to get a whole total body workout on my show, starting off with a warm-up, aerobics, strength training, cool down, and stretching every Friday from 11:30 to 12 right here on Rainier Avenue Radio.
You are listening to Rainier Avenue Radio.world. Don't forget to log on www.rainieravenue Radio.world.
The beat of the Fox with nastiness is back on K-Fox Night Beat.
Yo, what's the deal? It's the legendary Hall of Fame DJ Mixmaster Ice of UT. Oh,
what's up? Who you thought this is? This is Sir Mix-a-Lot.
And this is Terry Lewis.
And I'm Grand Mixer GMS.
What's up, y'all? This is DJ Third Degree.
This is JJ Hudson from the High Children family.
Sunday nights from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. It's K-Fox Night Beat with DJ Nastiness.
Bringing back the memories.
Bringing back the memories.
Bringing Seattle's hottest music.
Bringing Seattle's hottest music. Rainier Avenue Radio.world.
Noise. Peace.
Generational wealth. Generational wealth. Generational wealth. What is generational wealth? We asked our communities, and this is what they had to
How
say.
does generational wealth play into my family, my family's history, my children? What am I doing for my children to perhaps build them more wealth? I think it goes both ways, because for many immigrant families who are laboring constantly to live, your children are raised a certain way. Your children adopt certain values, which then will become their life and how they live it. When I see folks that perhaps have copious generational wealth, I see a whole different mindset, different ways of treating people. And I see it in my own children too. I feel like a lot of those values, in a lot of ways, begin to get lost when you don't have to work so hard to
This
live.
campaign to create awareness to generational wealth is brought to you by the Department of Neighborhoods Generational Wealth Initiative, the Washington Housing Finance Commission, and Rainier Avenue Radio.world. Generational wealth. Generational wealth. Generational wealth. What is generational wealth? We asked our communities, and this is what they had to say.
Once we change and improve the mindset around what Black wealth is and can be, and show success along the journey, the longer term impacts will be huge. This is something that once we get there and at various places along the journey, we'll see that this is something that we could have done or could have begun a long time ago and simply managed to not yet find the trail. But once we do find the pathway, we'll be able to create something that no one will be able to take away from us, from our families or our communities. And like I say, the impact will be huge. So we can either talk about it or get on with the task. My suggestion is that we hunker down, cinch up our belts, and get on
This
with it.
campaign to create awareness to generational wealth is brought to you by the Department of Neighborhoods Generational Wealth Initiative, the Washington Housing Finance Commission, and Rainier Avenue Radio.world.
I'm Paul Pearson, host of Star Time. And when I'm not deep frying a turducken in a closed garage, I'm listening to Rainier Avenue Radio.world.
Generational wealth. Generational wealth. Generational wealth. What is generational wealth? We asked our communities, and this is what they had to say.
Black generational wealth. For a long time, that's been a dream that needs to see reality. For hundreds of years, Black people have been in the United States and have suffered for it. We built this country, but have not yet really seen the dream come alive and what that means for Black people and people of color. This is going to take some time and some work and a lot of sacrifice. People of color have always done that, and so it won't be any different. You don't need to do it alone, and you don't need to do it alone, because this is a community work project. It's going to take some rigor. It'll take a change in mindset for individuals and the community and the nation at large. This won't be simple, but that's okay. Nothing that's good or worthwhile is ever really simple.
This campaign to create awareness to generational wealth is brought to you by the Department of Neighborhoods Generational Wealth Initiative, the Washington Housing Finance Commission, and Rainier Avenue Radio.world.
You are listening to Rainier Avenue Radio,
your community radio station.
Generational wealth. Generational wealth. Generational wealth. What is generational wealth? We asked our communities, and this is what they had to say.
For me, generational wealth is passed down knowledge from relatives or any family members, or even like any ancestral people that have come before you, that is, used to help you progress in the times that you're living in. So I think it is very updated. It's very current. It is existing in real time. So any type of knowledge or resources from people who are here living now, being able to provide that information and pass it down from generation to generation, how you maintain the wealth. That's what it means to me.
This campaign to create awareness to generational wealth is brought to you by the Department of Neighborhoods Generational Wealth Initiative, the Washington Housing Finance Commission, and Rainier Avenue Radio.world. Create your generational wealth for you and the future of your families.
No, you can't get enough of Rainier Avenue Radio. .world.
And welcome to our live studio audience for another exciting edition of And here we go with round one.
COVID vaccine is free and easy to get. You don't need insurance or an appointment to get your vaccine. Vaccines are available at many locations near you.
And now we're going to double the value.
The COVID-19 vaccine is always free of cost. You can visit pharmacies, community health centers, and other health providers in your neighborhood.
And now for the lightning round.
The Delta variant of COVID is a mutation that has health experts worried because it's twice as contagious.
Then for our finale.
The best way to protect yourself from the COVID Delta variant is to get fully vaccinated. Get your vaccine today.
Find out more at kingcounty.gov/vaccine. Rainier Avenue Radio, your community radio station.
This is Cindy Bray, the host of Heart Radio.
This is Paul Pearson, host of Star
This
Time.
is Paul Schneiderman today on the 73rd edition.
Hey, y'all. Welcome to Travel.
Your home for information about the impact of the coronavirus.
Amongst many things that's difficult about this virus is that
it's been devastating. They're really heartbreaking stories of people who have.
There isn't anyone that isn't shutting our schools down, including all athletic programs.
Your first-hand accounts.
A lot of people who know me, I'm still the first person they know.
But it was almost like you were patient zero for South Seattle. Your stories of community coming together.
Partner very heavily with Tacoma Urban League, who is doing some amazing work in response.
We're doing things for small businesses. We're giving out loans to small businesses.
And so I think it's very important that we have leaders who feel.
I tell you, we're calling 20, 30, 40 minutes.
This crisis in our community, we've been working to address it.
Rainier Avenue Radio, broadcasting 24 hours a day, 7 days a month.
DJ 30 John.
Karen Z with Rainier Avenue Radio.
Rainier Avenue Radio.world.
Rainier Avenue Radio.org. We got you covered. Local impact, global presence.
We broadcast welcome to Rainier Avenue Radio.world and our weekly coverage of the impact on communities. About the series. I'd like to thank everyone for joining us again here. And then again, now we are aware of the fact that we are.
Generational wealth. Generational wealth. Generational wealth. What is generational wealth? We asked our communities, and this is what they had to say.
Generational wealth to me means to provide and establish wealth for generations to come, whether it be through real estate or through other equitable funding, stocks, bonds, but first of all, I think that general wealth starts with securing property.
And that's it. This campaign to create awareness to generational wealth is brought to you by the Department of Neighborhood's Generational Wealth Initiative, the Washington Housing Finance Commission, and Rainier Avenue Radio.org. Create your generational wealth for you and the future of your families.
Here with the Rainier Avenue Radio Traffic Update. You can listen to us in your car 24/7 anytime by downloading the free TuneIn app. Once you do, search Rainier Avenue Radio. And remember, do not curse out your fellow drivers. This has been your Rainier Avenue Radio Traffic Update.
Rainier Avenue Radio.world is your 24/7 digital media hub. Tune in at Rainier Avenue Radio.world. Also find us on Facebook, Twitter,
Me voy, me voy sin regresar hasta perder aquel lado del mar. San Marcos tiene la fama de las mujeres bonitas. San Marcos tiene la fama de las mujeres bonitas. También Acapulco tiene de diferentes caritas. Samarqueña de mi vida, samarqueña de mi amor. Llegué, ya estoy aquí. Acabo de llegar, ya llegué, ya estoy aquí. Ahora acabo de llegar. Si nuevos amores tienes, ya lo puedes retirar. Samarqueña de mi vida, samarqueña de mi amor. Querido, feliz por donde quiera, San Marcos, tú eres querido. Por tus mujeres hermosas, como flores en primavera, samarqueña de mi vida, samarqueña de mi amor. Fui por naranjas, cosa que la mano tiene. Fui por naranjas, cosa que la mano tiene. Él me vive las esperanzas, la esperanza lo mantiene. Samarqueña de mi vida, samarqueña de mi amor. Dame lo que yo te pido, que no te pido la vida, dame lo que yo te pido, que no te pido la vida, de la cintura para abajo, de las rodillas para arriba, samarqueña de mi vida, samarqueña de mi amor. Voy a dar la despedida, como la de un marinero, voy a dar la despedida, como la de un marinero, con el sombrero en la mano, y hasta pronto compañeros, samarqueña de mi vida, samarqueña de mi amor.
Baladores, the Bronx, Baladores, the Bronx. Welcome everyone again to the annual Community Barbecue United Way and Doug Baldwin. We'll have the Washington Diamonds drill team coming up pretty shortly. You've got about an hour left, and there's just a ton of food out there. I'm going to just talk about the two of the food vendors. Favorite macaroons out here at the annual Community Barbecue. Picking out more.
Rick's here, the guest is here.
Macaroons that we should have grabbed yours at this store on 3rd and Wells. Another announcement here, Sharon Marshall. Sharon Marshall, please go to the info booth at
the southeast corner of the field, Sharon Marshall. Please go to the info booth, the southeast corner of the field. Also, Stan's Barbecue is here. Stan's Barbecue helps to fire Texas-style barbecue burn right in the Pacific Northwest. Chris Burks grew up in Houston, Texas, where he was surrounded by incredible pit masters whose inspiration, appreciation, and passion for the craft makes Stan's Barbecue a standout. Chris will be serving his pulled pork sliders with chips, barbecue, and flame. Also, there's Off the Res. Umeni Kushi is an authentic Japanese street food business owned by Chef Harold Fields. Harold and his family were forced to leave their home by Hurricane Katrina. They headed to Japan, where Harold trained with top chefs. Umeni Kushi creates Japanese akuza pans, vignettes, yuzu kosho. Today they will be serving black-eyed pea akuzo pan, barbecue pork akuzo pan, and Japanese potato salad. Rayhoon Grill. Rayhoon Grill is located behind the North Grandstand. Rayhoon Catering specializes in Mediterranean and halal Persian food. Their team has over 10 years experience creating the wonderful food we serve today.
My co-host Paul Pearson. And that's right here. Gordon McHenry. What's that? Gordon McHenry Jr. That's a famous name though, McHenry, you know. Yeah.
Tomato sauce. Don't forget about
thank you. Yeah, it's worth it because you see Bruce came up through my YMCA program. Look where he is now. Play football for me. You know, it's just you get so proud of of them. You know, so I'm just a small part. Yeah. Oh yeah. She knows the people I know there. Oh my God. Yeah. I coached at Franklin. I worked at Franklin for a while. And then
Oscato Bakery. In 2001, Estella began experimenting with allergen-free foods after the birth of her daughter. When they found out she had a lineage severe food allergies, because of her Asian roots, she began experimenting with ingredients atypical to the Western palate. Oscato Bakery will be serving her wonderfully delicious allergen-free brownies and cookies. Ice Cream Express provides truck and cart experiences that everyone can scream for. Be sure to grab a treat before you go. Washington Diamonds Drill Team will be joining us shortly. It's me, Tony D, again. Thanks to the United Way of King County and Doug Baldwin. Don't forget the Family First Center just opened up. We've got jumpies and rides over there at the northeast corner. The Kraken hockey field is over there. Field hockey just in the south north corner, southwest corner. Also, there's chess and checkers and UW athletes. Is that what you were pointing in? UW athletes. There's just a lot going on here today. You got about 45, 50 minutes left to enjoy yourself, get something to eat. I told you about food. I've told you a little about what is going on. The Washington Diamonds drill team is going to be here shortly, and we're going to take you back to the music.
okay. Tony, we're ready. Okay. There's your camera. Okay. Gordon. All right. Paul, there's our camera.
There's our camera. Okay, that's
Yeah.
there we are. All right. We are back on Rainier Avenue Radio.world, live from Renton Memorial Stadium for the second United Way Barbecue, hosted by Doug Baldwin, and I am Paul Pearson with John Yazataki. And John, we have a special guest with us that we need to talk to, and there it is.
Yes, we mentioned United Way. Keep telling you, we talked about Oh man, Gordon McHenry Jr. Gordon, thank you very much for taking
Oh.
the time. We want to make this. Don't want to elongate this because I know so much to do. But thank you very much. Hey man, this is great.
I appreciate all of you being here. But this is all about community. It's a beautiful day in Renton, Washington, and so much love out here. All an idea that Doug Baldwin and I came up with about a year and a half ago, which is like coming out of COVID, we got to get community back, feeling good about each other. I think we're at our best when we see each other, when we appreciate each other, and we love each other, and that's what this is all about.
Well, this is great. So that was a great trust of you and Doug.
Yeah.
And Paul and I were talking about how much he's contributed to this community, and he's a transplanted Washingtonian
Right.
from Florida originally. And I know that you grew up, but he.
Yes, I love this community.
Yeah. And so, what does it take to get the community involved? I know United Way's been around for quite a while.
Yeah.
And but what are the kinds of things that you guys are able to do to get the community involved like this?
Showing up and knowing that trusting
Yeah. Yeah.
Try to connect people to resources. That's a hallmark of United Way. We focus a lot on housing. Got a lot harder. So a lot of people came to rely upon us. We work with like more than 150 different nonprofit organizations.
My gosh.
So it's like you may not always be United Way, but we're in the mix. That's what we're purpose of it.
Great.
Be a part of solving problems. Seeing
And and you say problems. It seems that there's been so much bad rap about. Yeah. He's not on. Oh. Hold on, something. We're gonna try to wait. Let me see. No, there it's on. Test. Well, like you say, problems. And Paul and I were talking about that. There's so many things that are synergistic about a community, but most of it is positive. People, the press and those that are attacking our community always look at the negative. But yet and still, look at this turnout. Look at the support. And then you get people like yourself who's dedicated to serve the community, and people like Doug who could live anywhere. Yeah. And Paul and I were talking. But Paul, go ahead. You please feel free. You had maybe a question or two.
Yeah, I'm having hearing issues as usual for me. But no, we were talking about how it takes a lot for someone to want to settle in a place 3,000 miles from his original home. And I just think it speaks not only to Doug's character but to South Seattle's character, and it's something that I now live in Olympia, so I miss it dearly. But there's something really unique about South Seattle, and that is encouraging gatherings like this, and that kind of thing.
We're going to do it in South Seattle, County. So, there's a lot of good things that happen, but a lot of times it's like in Seattle, you don't feel like their community matters.
Right.
So, there's so much cultural diversity. Oh, that worked. I got it. I hear him now. So much cultural ethnic diversity,
Just come out here.
Absolutely.
It would be wonderful if the press and the TV stations and everybody could come out here and see. Look
Right.
at this diverse crowd.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I mean, it's beautiful. You
beautiful.
got the old, the young. You got
And
those that are physically,
challenged,
like me.
yeah,
like
yeah.
me. and Paul, who's not musically challenged, I might be musically challenged, but the thing is, this can't do it. It can't be anything but bigger and better.
Yeah, right.
As we go along. So,
oh yeah.
What I was going to say was, it'd be great if it could be more than a one-day event, but then that's
Oh,
thinking of my
oh
part.
boy.
I think
All right.
weekly's fine. I can do it every week.
All right. Well, I heard it here first. Let me go dig a little deeper here. But and it feels so good. And part of that is when you work with folks, you don't want. It's not. One thing about human services and philanthropy, it needs to be relationship based, not transactional. And a lot of what our society does is deliver things in a transaction. You don't see the person. You don't appreciate the person. So when somebody said, I said, no, we're going to do it for at least 2 years, maybe 3 years. I don't know if we're going to do it weekly or monthly, but I think we're going to come back. We're going to come back because if the community likes us and they tell us it works for them, then we're going to keep doing it.
This is so well designed, Paul, and I'm talking about you got something for everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Kids, and this year you've done the cultural. You got to
Right. Yeah. And we wanted to make it low barrier. So money's not an issue. You just come and show up. We're gonna have some good food. It's like your family. Like how you want your family to be. And we're getting good positive feedback on this. No, it's
Well,
good.
we would love to have you back on.
Yeah.
I do a show Seattle here now. Paul does a show. He has a weekly show and Star Time.
Yeah.
And hits his music.
Yeah.
And he's an R&B guy. He's our R&B expert. And I just do shows on filming some contemporary issues. But either way, we would love to have you come on and talk about, again, some of the things that United Way has been around such a long time, and yet people kind of take United Way for granted.
Right.
But all the wonderful things that you've been able to do as an organization.
Sure.
That was actually that kind of follows along with the question I had. For a lot of people, United Way has been around all of our lives.
More than 100 years.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I was just wondering if you wouldn't mind just like giving a high level overview of what exactly United Way does
for
the community, specifically this community, South Seattle.
Right.
But in general, what the mission statement or purpose is of United Way.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I can sort of summarize it by saying, when you think about United Way, we want a racially just community where everyone has a home, students graduate, and families are financially stable. So when you think about United Way, we're working in areas of like housing stability, eviction prevention, rental assistance. We're doing some rental assistance work here today, helping people with their rent. We work with students in school, especially our students of color, and make sure that they feel like it's a positive cultural experience. Work with a lot of nonprofits to help bring that support. And then we do all these programs that are, getting food to people who don't have enough to eat, helping people fill out their income tax. This year we did not just federal taxes. We worked on the working family tax credit, bringing more money back to people because money is an issue, So we do that, and we do it all in King County. I've got counterparts in Pierce County and Snohomish County, but we serve King County. Yeah.
That's beautiful because United Way is not government. Nope. United Way is basically private.
Yes.
And it can fill gaps that the government can't do.
Absolutely.
And because, again, the government is the bureaucracy. And when I say bureaucracy, I say red tape.
Yes. Yeah. Now we work in the middle. We work in between the government and the people. We work with other foundations. We raise money and we either do direct services or we empower other nonprofits to deliver services and support.
When there's a need, I know United Way. An emergency situation, just like the Red Cross. I remember.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have anything else. Any last comments?
I guess if you want to talk about your relationship with Doug and what you guys are doing. We've talked about a little bit earlier today with the Family First initiative, but specifically, what have you guys been working on?
Doug's been trying to get us connected to some youth groups who aren't aware of United Way. We really support and excited for his Family First Center in Renton. And then he said, let's just, if Doug has a lot of people that follow him and support him, and they said, let me share United Way with them. And so he's connecting us. And then he said, let's bring it to a really point by having this barbecue. So we've done, it's our second year, and Doug's on our board of directors.
Yeah,
So Doug's one of my bosses. But really, he's there to guide and support, and he's serious about building community, and that's what we want to do.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I had Doug on my show to talk about. They had just broken the ground, groundbreaking, and it's a really comprehensive approach to our underserved communities.
Right, exactly.
Well, thank you very much. I was kind of noisy back here, but
it's all right.
Excited.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
We appreciate you. Yeah, we got a dance group coming out, so I'll yield the floor to them. Thank you, brothers. Appreciate it.
All right. Hey, thank you. That was Gordon McHenry, King County United Way, ladies and gentlemen. Great to have him on. Thank you very much. And hey, there's still a little bit of time, folks. You got a little bit less than an hour, but come on down. Come on down.
Right now, taking the field. Do you know who's taking the field right now?
The
Diamond Drill Team.
Yeah.
Watch that for a bit.
Yeah, don't forget.
Washington Diamonds. Did we bring Can left? Did we bring Can left?
Washington Diamonds drill team. Awesome, fantastic.
We have just watched the Washington.
Welcome again to the annual Community Barbecue United Way and Doug Baldwin. You just finished watching the Washington Diamonds drill team. Earlier we saw Violet, the Orange Studios, home of HBCU Dance. The Red Eagle Soaring Native Youth Theater also performed Bailadore in Bronx. That was phenomenal. And the South Nepali School dancers were a collection of a variety of cultures that represent our community. Happy to be here at Renton Stadium. In Renton. Again, if you, you know what, whatever you're doing on Saturday, September 9th, University of Washington Athletic Department, if they still got some more, has donated tickets to the UW versus Tulsa football game. Head out to the University of Washington, tables on the field. Tickets are limited. So if they still have some left, go ahead and check that out. You can
Get there and get your tickets to the UW versus Tulsa football game. Don't forget to check your barbecue backpack. If you are one of the lucky ones who received the golden ticket, make your way to the information booth to claim your prize. Just a reminder, please do not bring food and beverages other than water onto the field with you. My name's Tony B. I am with Rainier Avenue Radio. We are happy to be broadcasting this event. So after it's over with, you can actually go back and look and check it out all over and do it one more game. So you've got about 30 minutes left. Food is still being served. They'll be serving food until 3 o'clock. So go ahead and get your food on. Games will still be happening as well. Again, there's food on the south area of the grandstand behind us here, and then behind the north grandstand, there is more food available. Games and bouncies are still open. You got about 30 minutes left, so go ahead and get your food on. And again, just remember not to bring food and beverages other than water onto the field.
You are listening to Rainier Avenue Radio World, live from Renton Memorial Stadium for the second United Way Barbecue, hosted by Doug Baldwin Jr. I am Paul Pearson, host of Star Time here at Rainier Avenue Radio World. And joining me right now, you know him, you love him. Man's been behind us since the beginning. He's worked with us many times, Mr. Rick Dupree. How you doing, man?
Hey, good to be on the air. Good to see you.
Nice to see you. It's been a while.
Yeah, it has been a while, man. Things have been crazy and busy, but really good to be here at an event like this, man. Yeah. You know, when you think about the community coming together, and this really is the epitome of that. And you talk about Tony being the MC here, talking about the different performances, the cultures, the food. At a time when there's so much contentious things going on in this world and in the neighborhood and negative stuff. It's great to see something positive like this.
Yeah, this is such a relief to be at an event like this, knowing that there's so much else happening in the world right now that may be a little bit dark and a little bit dreary, but this is really heartening to see that people are coming back in public situations like this and offering our neighbors what we have and seeing what they have to offer.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's so cool. I mean, I remember, Paul's probably, I want to say maybe 7 years ago, we had Doug Baldwin, who I believe was still playing with the Seahawks at the time, on the air at Rainier Avenue Radio, and talking to him, and it was evident, that this was a special guy. And, his upbringing, he talked about his mother, the relationship there, his grandparents, the influence they had on him. But, he really had a vision that was much bigger than just a ball player. And so often people, what they do defines who they are. And that really isn't the case. And certainly wasn't with Doug Baldwin. And to see what he is doing, I believe this is the second year he's partnered with United Way doing this. That's a question. I can't remember if this has gone on longer than that or not. But you also look at what Doug is doing in this community. And Tony, as MC, talked about a little while ago, mentioned his first family community center. And the partnerships that they have, a health point, and a really cool model. They're still just figuring it out. But what is so cool about it, again, you have this young guy who had a vision that's much bigger than himself and much bigger than him as a ball player. And seeing that come to fruition is really cool. We should have Doug. He's being pulled in 100 different directions. And I've talked to him a couple times. We asked him to come up, so we hope to have him on the air here sometime between now and 3 o'clock before we go off, and get a little sense from him about why he's partnered with United Way doing this, and some history behind that relationship, and then also some history behind the Family First Center.
I mean, you've been around a lot of athletes at all levels. You know, you've known a lot of professional athletes, a lot of collegiate athletes. And, you know, you don't want to draw in broad strokes, but I mean, it's really unusual, very, very unusual for someone who, you know, has won a Super Bowl, has been, you know, a mainstay of the NFL, you know, to just decide after retirement, this is what he wants to do.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many other opportunities that are, I imagine, are available after you retire from the NFL. But this is what he wants to do. There was no questioning about it. It was like he, you know, immediately went into it.
Yeah, and he will talk about. And he talked about when we had him on the air, his relationship with his grandparents, his grandfather, who set an example. And you know, the community center, as you go into the Family First Community Center, that just opened up about a month and a half ago. You walk in the door and there's a hallway going all the way down to the gym, which, you know, is a focal point. And above it is this huge photograph of his grandparents. Wow. And he talked about how his grandfather in the town where he was down in Florida, I think it was, I can't remember if it was a hurricane or whatever, something we can ask him when we get on there. His grandfather rebuilt, I think maybe it was a gym at the school, I can't remember, but his grandfather literally rebuilt it. And the model that he had growing up, man. And like you said, yeah, it is unfortunately unusual. I'll tell you another story. It's interesting. Years ago, I was on KJR, and my brother David at the time was still active writer. He was the NBA editor for USA Today and was in town, and the Sonics were playing San Antonio. And we had set up on the show to have David Robinson.
Oh, wow.
And my brother was in town. My brother knew David. And so we had set it up with the PR department, and we talked to them earlier in the day, and they said, well, you know, he's on the road. You just never know, and what have you. We're like, oh, great, you know. So my brother and I would go work out. We'd come back to my mom's house, and my mom said, yeah, when you guys were gone, some guy named David Robinson called and just making sure that you guys were set up for the interview. And my brother, David Dupree, and I were like, oh, my goodness, you know. And then we stopped ourselves and said, you know, isn't it a shame that we are so impressed with something like that, that really what you should do, common courtesy. But again, like you mentioned, unfortunately, athletes in this era, you know, are idolized and not held accountable. But again, David Robinson, another, you know, individual that was accountable. And I think Doug Baldwin in that mold of some of these guys. I mean, you go back, you look at Jim Brown and then Luau Center, but Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and Bill Russell, and Muhammad Ali, and the stands that they took for human rights, for civil rights, different era, you know, and understanding their role and the influence that they could have.
And you know, not to bring the outside world and what's going on today into this, but those kinds of stands, once again, are a symbol of bravery. We have to be brave to take these stands again.
Yeah, you really do.
And it's just, you know, that's why something like this is really nice to see.
Yeah.
You know, because everyone's coming together. You know, everyone seems to be having a good time. I don't know, maybe somebody's having a more time right now, but I don't see them.
I see people with a lot of food to go bags and stuff. Yeah, people having a good time. But you know, it's interesting you say that because you're absolutely right. You, at a certain point, and when you're at a certain level, you have a platform, if you will. But yeah, what are you going to do with that? And depending on what you do, you may offend folks. People may misinterpret, whatever the case may be.
Right.
And yeah, how do you make those decisions? I think at the end of the day, it's like, okay, I'm going to be true to myself. You know, one of my favorite podcasts is Jamel Hill. I remember Jamel Hill was on ESPN. She's no nonsense. And the current one I'm listening to is with Don Cheadle. The actor, Don Cheadle. And they talked about some of the stands he's taken. And I believe it was he was on SNL. And he had a T-shirt that I think it said something along the lines of "Protect Trans Children." And he talked about that. He said, "Well, you know, there are a couple of times during the show. It's really scripted, but to a certain degree. But there are a couple of times when you can wear whatever you want." And he said it wasn't real conscious plan and what have you, but you know, why not? And he said, you know, taking a stand for people that are being discriminated against, that are being oppressed. How can that be wrong? And when you talk about kids and decisions that they've made because of who they feel they are. So it's just interesting that listening to Don Cheeto talk about that, saying, yeah, to a certain degree I thought about it, but I really didn't because it was a no-brainer. But yeah, it is. I mean, this day and age, you have to be aware of that.
Yeah. I wish it was an obvious no-brainer for all of us, but I mean that's a great example of how these things need to be conveyed.
Yeah,
these days.
Absolutely.
It's a very, very different world.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Once again, you are listening to Rainier Avenue Radio World coverage of the annual. We hope it will continue to be annual at least. United Way Barbecue at Renton Memorial Stadium with Doug Baldwin Jr. hosting. I am Paul Pearson, host of Star Time, sitting with our old friend Rick Dupree, taking all of this in. And it's just a very pleasant way to spend an afternoon.
Yeah, it really is. I didn't get a chance to go over and grab some of the food. I know there's some good food over there.
Oh, yeah.
But, and you talk about cultural food. So there's only about 30 minutes. If you're listening, want to come out, Renton Memorial Stadium, come on out. You can grab a quick bite. But it's just so cool. You see the little merry-go-round and bouncy house and all the different things, activities going on. And so, again, a partnership. And I know we had Gordon McHenry, President and CEO of United Way, on a little earlier, talking about this event and why it's important and why they do what they do. So it is great to see. Oh, we got some Star Wars folks here.
Yeah,
Star Wars better.
Stormtrooper and Princess Leia apparently have forged an alliance. This is completely against what happened in the movie.
Right.
But I mean, if we can bring them together, then we've done something
exactly
very powerful.
And we'll take credit for it.
We have the airwaves, so we can take credit for it.
And Paul, like I mentioned, I talked to Doug. He's being pulled in 100 different directions, but I asked him if he could get over here between 2:30 and 3. So we hope we will get him. It's about 2:35.
2:30. Okay.
So hopefully, I'm looking out. I don't see him, and literally, when I say he's being pulled in 100 different directions, everybody wants a piece of him. But again, you mentioned earlier. I mean, kind of an anomaly, atypical of what you would see from a guy. I mean, he is just so down to earth.
Yeah.
And you look at, we talk about Doug Baldwin, and you think about, I mean, here it is, a guy who went to Stanford. And I mean, that in of itself, it tells you something about the guy, And it's really cool that again, this is something like you said earlier. He had a vision. He knew what he wanted to do. And being a contributor in the community is important to him. And he's a young man, but we were talking about 2 weeks ago. My son and I went out to the Family First Community Center that he started, and he gave us a tour. And he was saying, thinking about what is the legacy I want to leave? What do I want to be remembered for? And so, again, I don't think a lot of us, much less young people, think about that.
Oh, yeah. That's encouraging to hear. I don't know. I mean, I'm up there in years now, officially. But I'm really encouraged by, I have a daughter who's 18, going on 19, and 2 sons that are younger. And I have to say, I'm really impressed with their generation openness and willingness. And it feels to me like they have a desire and a will to change something that maybe, us old guys, might have said, it's the way it is. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I mean, but I feel like there's a lot of activism happening in that age range, and I see a lot of kids here today.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm feeling a lot more hopeful about things than I thought I would. Just a year ago.
Now, Paul, I mean, you're right. I work at Seattle Academy, and Tony's daughter, Taylor Kareem, went to Seattle Academy, and being around those young people, I agree with you. There's a different level of compassion, understanding, acceptance, and respect. And, I think that there are a lot of things that maybe as older folks or anybody, you don't understand, but just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's wrong or you should be against it. And You know what is so hard for me. I look at our politics, for example, and our politicians in Congress. And can we get some term limits and age limits? I mean, people. Paul, let me tell you something, man.
I'm glad you said that.
I can say I'm 61. Okay,
you are not 61.
I'm 61, and I don't plan to be working past 65. Okay,
I have not been taking care of myself.
But no, man, I mean, think about it. You got something about 75, 80 years old.
Yeah.
It's like, man, go enjoy life. I don't want the stress of whatever at age 70. If Lord willing, I make it there, hopefully I will. Yeah. But I mean, the thing is that you're right. There is this young generation that is just, again, it's a level of respect. And I appreciate, my parents always taught me, to respect others, and regardless of whether I agreed, whether understood, whatever the case may be, and then it opens a door for dialogue and for understanding. And one of the things I found out in my life, and I'm a firm believer, there's so much more about us all that is alike than that is not alike. But we focus on those few things that aren't alike. And it's like, come on, man. We all want to have, family, people around us that we love, that we care about, that care about us. And you want to see, again, like you said, you have a soon-to-be 19-year-old. You want to see her successful. You want to see her happy. You want to see her make an impact in this world, and that that's what it's about.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I don't know if you watched Ted Lasso, but that was a show that my wife and I absolutely loved, and I could regale you with stories and quotes about it. But I mean, the one part of that, the one line that came from that show that was resounded with, this not me, but a lot of people, is, don't be judgmental, be curious. And
that's good, yeah.
And I think, like you were talking about, there are people that just, in hopefully in all generations, but especially in the young ones coming up, they're asking questions. They want to know, not just about what's facing them, but what's happened in the past. And my daughter, shocked me once by talking about World War I, the things that she was learning about, and I never learned about World War. Where are you hearing this? In school. I said, school?
What school are you at?
School.
No.
But yeah, I mean, there seems to be. I would hope this is the case going forward, and we can get back to this as a nation pretty soon. More acceptance, more curiosity, more actually wanting to know about somebody other than ourselves.
Yeah.
Somebody unlike ourselves. And I see that in like I said, the faces of the young kids today. I hope I see it in people from our generation, yours and mine.
Yeah.
I hope they can take an example from that. And
yeah. You're right, Paul. It's scary because, and again, if you just tuned in, he's Paul Pearson. I'm Rick Dupree. We're live at Renton Memorial Stadium, and it is the Community Barbecue, United Way, and Doug Baldwin. And Paul, it's interesting because you look at what's going on in Florida, for example.
Yeah.
And other parts where, whether you're far right, far left, in any extremist, that's an issue. Okay, I don't care.
Absolutely.
And trying to erase history. And you know what? Our history is not pretty, okay? And there's some things in our history that are ugly. But you know what? It's our history, and we've got to embrace it and own it and hopefully learn from it so we don't make those same mistakes.
Right.
And so as a black man in America, I'm troubled that they want to erase or retell, history around slavery, history around, black people in America. And it's unfortunate, and we've talked about it on the air here before. My son and I are producing a documentary film on the Seattle Black Panthers with Aaron and Elmer Dixon, the co-founders. Go Seattle Black Panthers fight for justice and freedom. And Paul, I look at these individuals, and Aaron was 19, Elmer was 17. The friends around them were all, there's Doug, he's going to come up in a minute.
All right.
We're all, teenagers or early 20s, and they all, Paul, everyone we've interviewed, they said, it came to a point where I had to take a stand. I could not continue to allow the oppression that was going on to happen. And most of them said, I didn't expect to live past 25. I don't know about you, but I have a hard time understanding and embracing what it's like to put my life on the line for something that's bigger than me, for the betterment of mankind. But that's what they did. And there are I think, you know, you talked about these young people. There are, I think, a lot of courageous young people like that are willing. You look at all the major movement, young people. You know, I mean, they got the energy, they got the, you know, the passion, the fire. But I mean, I think, you know, you mentioned, I mean, it's just ask questions, be curious, gain understanding, and from that respect. And it doesn't matter whether I agree with you or not. You know, we don't have to agree on everything. I don't agree with my wife on everything. Okay? And she certainly doesn't agree with me on it. But I mean, you know, that's part of life. And how do you learn to still work together? Because at the end of the day, I mean, do we want to have a war? Do we want to have killings going on? We don't want to have all this stuff.
I don't think anybody really wants that.
Right. Yeah. So, well, maybe Putin, you look at what's going on. No, that's a whole other story. But no, I mean, yeah, you think about it. I mean, why can't we live in harmony? You know, I don't know. It just baffles me. But in a day and age, you know, it is it's so important that we ask the questions, we have understanding, and again, I've thrown this word out a few times, but it's about respect. Yeah. And I think and I look at my dad. My dad was born in 1920 in Montgomery, Alabama. Oh wow. And some of the things he was called, I can't say on this air. And you know, the second documentary, and this is kind of my life after my career of moving into documentary filmmaking. I love it. We're calling Passing the Torch, and it's about family history, especially for Black fans, but not just Black, but primarily because a lot of us don't know our history. And I think about what my dad experienced and the things he had to do to cope, you know, to live in it. But I look at the generations before as Black families, you had to be better than, you had to be good to survive and in this environment that was oppressive. And I look at, you know, the sacrifices that people like him made, sacrifices like the Black Panthers made. It's made life better for all of us. My life is easier, you know, because of the sacrifices they have made. But man, you know, it's because I think as you think about your family history, there's a certain level of pride, and you know, there's a lot of research that talks about, you know, kids in particular that know their family history, and it builds us self-awareness, it builds self-confidence, they're happier. But man, there's some things I learned about my family recently, you know, that I didn't know. I mean, my brother, who's been on the air here before, David Dupree, he was the first African-American journalist hired by the Wall Street Journal. I'm like, really? What? You know, and I'm like, because we're talking. So here's the crazy thing, Paul. We've been working on this documentary on the Seattle Black Panthers since 2020. Summer 2021, he and I are talking, and he just in passing, oh yeah, you know, I interviewed Huey P. Newton. And I'm like, what? And so, yeah, and I interviewed Bobby Seale and Fred Hampton, and you know, the movie Judas and the Black Messiah about Fred Hampton.
Fantastic movie.
I'm like, what? And then he said, well, you know, I was the first Black journalist hired by the Wall Street Journal. I'm like, dude, how did I not know this? You know, I have an uncle who was a Tuskegee Airman, you know, fought in the war. You know, so that there's just these things, other things that we're finding out about our family. So one of the things, and right now, my generation, we are the matriarchs and patriarchs because my parents have passed. My our oldest living aunt, the last living aunt, the last matriarch, she died in 2018. So it's up to us now, and I'm the youngest at 61. I'm like telling my cousins, yo, we got to do something. But I think again, all of that is just so important. And you talk about community, you talk about respect and honoring one another. I think all of that is so important.
And you know, not to tout ourselves, but yes, to tout ourselves. That's I think one reason Rainier Avenue Radio. We've just always been like this. We've always been about everyone in the community, literally everyone. We haven't, you know, we haven't, you know, tooted our own horn or anything like that. We've just gone out and done that. And it's a lot easier to do things than to just sit back and let things happen. In the end, it's a lot easier to just get something accomplished.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you're absolutely right. I love the model that Tony B created of community radio. He and I worked in radio. We were with Clear Channel, and you know, I was at KJR. He was at Cube, and what have you. And you know, this is so unique in that you have, I mean, just the diversity of programming, of individuals, of cultures that Rainier Avenue Radio represents. And you're right, it is special. It is special. And what I love about, Tony, early on, said, look, people don't have to have experience. We want them to come in, and we want that community representation, and that is something that has remained. And I remember he and I talking early on. We were talking about sports, and we said, you got the big ones that are covering pro sports and college sports. Let's focus on things like high school sports. Let's, and give those kids some. Something to be excited about. I can remember when high school, man, if there would have been a radio station broadcaster, oh man, how cool, and opening up the door for young people to learn the trade and what have you, and learn this business. So yeah, you're absolutely right. It is something very special.
It really is. And we are Rainier Avenue Radio.world. It is 2:49 in the afternoon on Saturday. We are nearing the completion of the United Way Barbecue, hosted by Doug Baldwin here at Renton Memorial Stadium. I'm Paul Pearson, sitting here with Rick Dupree, our old friend.
Tyrone on the mic over here.
Tyrone's on the microphone.
Go ahead on, big fella. We're having a party out here. It's a block party. No.
Brother Ty, whipping out the DJ skills as only he has. Tell me now. You grew up in
born and raised in Seattle. Yeah,
Seattle. In South Seattle, or
yeah. Well, so interesting story. My maternal grandparents were actually married in a house just off of Rainier and Orcas, still standing there. It'll be on the. Let me think. The southwest side as you turn. You have, I think it's St. Edward's, and there's a blue house. There's only one house on there.
Okay.
I found my mom's aunt, so my great aunt used to own that house. And growing up, my aunt, my mom's older sister, and her family owned the house. We used to have barbecues. My grandparents were married in that house, Paul, in 1913.
Wow.
And my grandfather, he was one of the men that helped build First AME Church. So there's a stained glass window. Some of that family history found out. Yeah. Born and raised in Seattle. Grew up in the Mount Baker area, the house that was in the family until my mom passed back in 2010. So yeah.
And you've been here this whole time?
For the most part, went to school. I started out school down in Florida for a little while, got homesick, transferred to UW, played arena football back in DC. But for the most part, spent my time here, love it. In retirement, I want to go somewhere that's days like this every day, where it's sunny and warm, so I can be out on the golf course.
You're saying it can get cold here? I've never noticed.
Or rainy, or overcast, cloudy? No.
Well, what are so somebody that's been around for, and I still don't believe this, 61 years in this city? What to you has been the most significant change or evolution that Seattle has gone through in that time? Or if you can name like one or even half of one.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think one of the things that comes to mind, I think early on, Seattle has always wanted to be kind of this small town.
Right.
I mean, kind of this mix of small town, but not small town. You can't have it both ways. And so take light rail, for example. 20, 30 years ago, we could have light rail, and we turned it down. And I think that money either went to DC for I think it's called Metro there, or the subway system in Atlanta. I can't remember which one. So one of the changes I've seen, I think Seattle now and in this area embracing more and more, that we are not a big city, but I mean we're on the map. And I think that history, is really cool. I was born in 1962, the year of the World's Fair. So Space Needle and all that, we share the same birthdays. But, I think seeing Seattle grow and evolve, it's interesting. I was down in New Orleans in June, school-related service trip with 24 kids. And we're talking to some people down there, and there's no big industry, nothing there. And their tourism, everything for them is the French Quarter.
Right.
I mean, Seattle, you look at Amazon, Boeing, Microsoft, all these different businesses. And so the things that have put Seattle on the map. And you hope Seattle can be a trendsetter. But with that, you look at gas prices, housing prices. It's often gas was $3 a gallon down in New Orleans. What's going on?
We gotta move.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
Gas to us from New Orleans, at least.
I'm hoping. I'm looking for Doug. See, I mean, he walked past it. He knew we wanted him, but I don't see him. We only got about 5, 6, 7 minutes left. I'm hoping we can grab him.
Yeah,
but
nice to chat with him really
it'd be
quickly.
great to finish off, and he can kind of share with us his vision behind this partnership. We hope to get him, but again, like I said, he's been pulled in a lot of different directions. But yeah, it's I think that's one of the things I've seen, maybe a change in Seattle, is it's grown.
Right.
And I think embracing that a little bit more than in the past. Yeah.
Well, you know, I mean, there was a time when Seattle was not considered to be a very diverse city.
Right.
And I don't know enough about the history, but just instinctively, I question that, or whether it was just not known for being diverse. But nowadays, I mean, you see events like this. You see events that take place in South Seattle tomorrow. We've got the Othello Festival. It's really that perception, I think, has changed a little bit.
I think to a certain degree. I mean, I think that we still have a lot of work, like anything. A lot of work to be done. You have great events like this, but there's still pockets. If you're a particular group, you don't have to interact with other groups. You can.
Right.
So I think, and Paul, that's what you talked about earlier. The only way we can break those barriers down is for us to get to know each other, have dialogue, and then we find out, I mean, you got a daughter, I got a daughter, you know, and I'm sure as a dad, there's certain things you want for her. I know that mine is 34,
right?
And certain things I want for her, but we have similar expectations or similar hopes as dads.
Yeah.
And so there's so much more about us that's alike, and I hope that we continue to create opportunities like this.
Right.
That we can get to know one another. And I think that's really, really important. I think a lot of the work that United Way is doing, helping to break down some of those barriers, supporting community organizations, so important.
Yeah, we were talking to Gordon earlier about that, kind of thing. That things like this kind of like level the playing field for all of us. We can see, what everybody else is doing.
Yeah.
And how we can help if they need help.
Yeah. It's so important, but I mean, I think things still. I'll give you 2 quick examples. One is 20 or so years ago, working for the Sonics, and I was hired as part of what was called player development initiatives. Really, so each team had support for the players. At that time, players still could be drafted out of high school, and still now they only got to be in college for 1 year. But anyway, file my report, turn it in, and turn it into the NBA, and I meet with an unnamed person. I won't name who it was, but a Caucasian male. And he says, "Hey, really, really good report, really well done, really well written." Then he looks up at me and says, "Did you write it?" And Paul, that's 20 years ago, and I'm still pissed off when I tell the story. But and that's part of the trauma we deal with. But unfortunately, there's a perception, and a good guy, not a bad guy. But again, whatever the perception he had of somebody black being able to communicate, whatever. And my response to him as a 43-year-old, far different than would be as a 61-year-old. But with that said, I'm thinking now, it's like, dude, you hired me. Did you not see my resume, college degree, whatever, But those things happen, and it's unfortunate, But again, you got to break down those barriers. My brother talked about when he was hired by the Wall Street Journal, and he said he went out to dinner with, and I can't remember the guy's name, but I mean, really, really prominent person with the Wall Street Journal. But again, the era, you're talking about 60. This guy was probably in his 70s then, so older. Anyway, he and his wife take my brother out to dinner, and they're at dinner, and he says to my brother, looks up, says, "David, we're so happy to have you here. You're the first Negra that we've had."
Oh my God!
And the man's wife looked at my brother and said, "David, I am so sorry." She said, "I've had him in the mirror practicing how to say Negro." So that's the era it was. Now my brother wasn't pissed because he said, "Rick, you got to understand, not making any excuses." He said, "But this guy was forward thinking. He brought me on. He really was a good guy." But again, that was the era, the generation, and so there's a learning that has to take place, where we can break down those barriers. But yeah,
I just wonder, like I said, nobody has I think there's a perception among people of my general color, maybe in another world, that there's something to lose by wanting someone else to have a better position in life.
Right, yeah.
But that's
yeah.
not true. We gain something. All of us gain something.
Yeah, no doubt.
And speaking of gaining, we have gained a new guest. Somebody that we are all very, very familiar with. The host of this United Way barbecue in Renton Memorial Stadium, Mr. Doug Baldwin. How are you doing today?
Is that?
I think it's
Hold on, I want to make sure.
There we go.
There we go. Okay.
I was just saying, what's love got to do with it? Love's got everything to do with it. That's what this barbecue's about.
Yeah. It's we've been talking about it. This is like the kind of event that I think not just us, but like the entire world needs.
I agree. It's just being in community.
Yeah.
It's seeing each other as human beings in community. That's all it is. I don't know. I feel like we forget that a lot. We're so divisive, whether it's politically, whatever topics we're having in the community, we get divided and isolated. And like, why? Why?
That's what we've been talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's but I was mentioning that God, it was probably 6-7 years ago. I can't remember. We interviewed you at Rainier Avenue Radio, and I talked about how impressed I was. You may not remember. Edwin Bailey was there, but one of the things that impressed me is that, and Paul was talking about this, you didn't just see yourself, you don't see yourself as just a football player, and that was only one part of who you were, and now you had a vision. Can you talk real briefly, short on time, is about kind of the vision behind this event and your partnership with United Way and why it was so important to you?
Well, because we were coming out of the pandemic, and I just felt for me personally, like I wanted to be in community again, right? We were separated, we were isolated, a lot of political things going on, a lot of things in our community going on. We were so divided. So why won't we get back together in community and realize that we're still all humans again, even though we were isolated for a long time? Hey, I'm gonna be right back. Let me do this real quick. Yeah. I'm right back.
They got you. As we told you all, Doug is being pulled in 100 different directions.
Yeah.
One question I do want to ask him, he'll answer. I just wanted to tell us a little bit about the Family First Community Center, the vision behind that, and then we will go off air. But to be able to get Doug and a young man like this again, I can't tell you how impressed I am. I'm going to tell you what, Daniel, can we take it live or should we? I think we can hear him. Here, I'm going to quiet down so you can hear Doug.
Me too.
I can't thank you enough. Thank you to all the staff, to all the volunteers, to all the vendors, to all the partners. This is about community.
And Doug is just addressing the crowd here, which is still a nice crowd of folks here at Renton Memorial Stadium.
Being a part of this. And guess what? We'll see you next year.
All right, thanks everybody again for coming again. And you can learn more about United Way events at uwkc.org. Check out
Doug Baldwin addressing the crowd. It is 3:02 now in Renton, and we are wrapping up our coverage. Hopefully, with a couple more words from Doug.
Yep. We'll go a little over, and we appreciate you staying with us here. Here comes what having real quickly.
Staff at Rainier Avenue.
And
all right, Doug Baldwin joining us again. And I know,
Danny, can we turn that mic back on? Is it on?
Turn the mic.
Yep.
1, 2, 3. There we go.
Yeah. I've been saying so Doug's been pulling 100 different directions. So, man, thank you for coming up here. Thank you. Real quickly, would you share? I've talked a little bit on the air here about the Family First Community Center. And can you just share a little bit about that vision? Let people understand that history and the motivation behind it, because incredible project that you have spearheaded.
So I grew up in the back end of the Salvation Army in Pensacola, Florida, and that was my community center. That was my second home. That was everything to me. It was my safe haven, my safe place. And so when I got here in 2011, I used to frequent this spot called Mama's Teriyaki in the Cascade Benson Hill area. And, a lot of people don't know about that area. It's a very diverse area, very diverse, both in ethnicity, but also in economic background. Like it's very diverse. But when I was at Mama's Teriyaki, there was always young kids out there just hanging out in front of her shop, and they weren't eating, and she wasn't kicking them out. And I asked her one day, I was like, why are these kids hanging out? It's just, they have nothing else to do. And so just being in that community, seeing the need, I thought maybe I could replicate what I experienced back in Florida. And so, somehow got connected to the city of Renton, to then Mayor Dennis Law. We put together this plan, and 10 years later, we got a building standing and serving the community. It's so vibrant. You went to go see it. There's kids in there. Just you could tell it was needed. It was desperately needed. And so I'm just very grateful that we were able to get it done, and I'm grateful that we're able to serve the community in that way.
I was telling Paul, and I want you to just share real quick the story. And I can't remember, you said if it was a school gym or something that got torn down and your grandfather rebuilt it. Can you tell that story? Because I share the story as you walk in. Impressive entryway, and one of the things I really like, you said you have a front desk and there's always a person there to greet people, to respect them as they come in. You go down the hallway, the corridor to the gym, which is kind of the focal point, and above is a huge photo of your grandparents.
Yeah, my grandfather, both of my grandparents, very influential in my life, still to this day. My grandfather passed away in 2017. My grandmother's still alive and kicking back in Florida, but they were so influential in my life. And my grandfather, being the handyman that he was, we had a hurricane come through and knock down our bleachers and our press box at that community center. And my grandfather went out there and rebuilt it with his bare hands. And I think it's still standing out there today, And so it's a testament to my family's involvement in the community and their commitment to the community, and that rubbed off on me, and they gave me the blueprint, if you will, to replicate that out here where I call home now.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we were talking about, not to keep you, but I mean, we were talking about how, when someone retires from the NFL, they probably have a lot of opportunities. And from what I can remember, when you retired, you went straight into this. and I was just really impressed by that, like that kind of motivation. That's what you wanted to do, and it was really impressed by it. Was that something that your grandparents and your family instilled in you to do?
Yeah, my mom, she is, I don't even know how to describe her. She's an activist. She's a community leader, community member, community volunteer. She has been all of the things for her community, and she always taught me, like, maybe not necessarily in exact terms, but just in her actions, like, you got to be a part of the community. You got to be doing something that's bettering your community, doing for others. And so that's just in my blood. Yeah. And I don't know any other way. And that's again, it's a testament to my parents, it's a testament to my grandparents, it's a testament to the community that I came from. And so, when I had the opportunity, had the platform, had the resources, the connections, the partners, like, that's what I want to do. I don't want to do anything else.
Well, we cannot thank you enough for doing it, because it's I think that you've come along in South Seattle, working with South Seattle and Renton at a time that's been very, very active for us, for the community around them. It's really been a lot of change and positive movement, and I thank you for being a part of that and for instigating a lot of it.
Well, I appreciate you saying that, but I got to say this: it is an honor to be a part of this community and to serve this community. When I got here in 2011, I was welcomed with open arms, and that's not always the case. Yeah. And I don't take that for granted. I'm very appreciative of that. And so what this community has given to me, I'm just trying to turn around and give it back and play my part. I say this all the time. We all got a role to play in bettering our community and bettering our society. I'm just playing my role, doing my part. Because I know when you do your part on a championship winning team, you got a chance to do something special, right? Yeah. So I'm just trying to do my part.
Yeah, and that's so important. I know we got to let you go, but you talk about that team effort and the things you pull from those experiences, and like you said, everybody knowing their role. And when you know your role, and when everyone is fulfilling their role, greatness can happen. And I talked about, I work at a school, and in June we were down in New Orleans with 24 kids doing a service trip, and one day we worked in a recycling factory. And they had a project for us. We put together, I think it was 18 tons of sand. They break glass down. We were there with another group from the Georgia area, but in 2.5 hours, and they thought it was going to take all day. And I told our kids after, I said, you see, this is the power of working together, and you're all on the same page. So, Doug, like Paul said, man, we appreciate you. The second annual barbecue, community barbecue partnership, Doug Baldwin and United Way, and I say second annual because more to come.
More to come.
And definitely get out to Family First Community Center. I know a lot going on there, but congratulations on opening it. It is impressive. And looking forward to, as you guys kind of get settled in there, more and more programming. But it is the name described. It is family first, and that vision. And so I appreciate you and everything you're doing.
Appreciate you. Thanks for having me.
And I don't, Gordon, we talked to Gordon very briefly about this. I did drop a suggestion that maybe we could do this weekly. So if he talks to you about it, maybe I planted that bug in his ear. I apologize.
I'm pretty sure I know what Gordon's response is.
But thank you for putting this on. Man, we know you've been like busy all day, and this must have taken a long time to prepare for it. Just thank you so much for not only visiting with us, but for putting this on today. And
hey, listen, like I said, it's my pleasure, it's my honor, but I also want to recognize that it takes a full team to do this, right? United Way has been an outstanding partner in this. I can't take all the credit. Yes, sure. I came to Gordon with the idea like, hey, like maybe let's do a barbecue, but these are the people who are actually putting this to life. And so I'm very grateful for United Way, incredible team, incredible individuals, and we're very lucky to have them in our community.
All right. Well, if we're not seeing you next week, we'll see you next year.
See you next year.
Thank you, Doug Baldwin.
All right, fellas.
Thanks, Doug. Appreciate it.
Doug Baldwin visiting with us on Rainier Avenue Radio.world. We are wrapping up coverage at the Memorial Stadium in Renton. Thank you so much for spending this part of your day with us, and we will see you soon. Stay tuned for more programming here on Rainier Avenue Radio.world. Thank you, Rick.
Thank you. Good talking with you. Take care, everybody.
I'll see you, man.
All right.